Buenos días a todos. Good morning, everyone. Quiero dar las gracias por la oportunidad que nos ha dado el CSIC para cedernos este espacio tan importante para la institución y quiero dar la bienvenida que nos va a presentar Isabel Díaz Carretero, que es vicepresidenta adjunta de Internacionalización y Cooperación del CSIC. Gracias, Isabel.
Buenos días. Let me do just a few words in Spanish, then I'll switch back into English, okay? Because I do understand that there's somebody in the audience that doesn't speak Spanish at all. Or everybody speaks Spanish? Okay, then raise your hand. Bueno, buenos días. Muchísimas gracias, Marisa, directora del Instituto de Micro y Nanotecnología del CSIC. Gracias también a Saba, la organizadora de este evento, por tu empuje, por tu fuerza, porque esto no es más que un reflejo de por lo que has pasado y te ha traído a donde estás. Gracias también al delegado del CSIC en Madrid, Enrique Sastre, por acompañarnos en el evento. También a Elisa, nuestra compañera de la FECIT, que va a dar la keynote. Marisol, que desde luego tu experiencia va a ser, pues eso, una luz al final, ¿no? Something to look up to, ¿ya? Gracias, Alberto, también por el trabajo que haces en la Welcome International Talent, os voy a decir luego. On behalf of President Eloisa del Pino, welcome to the CSIC. She apologized, she wasn't able to welcome you today because she's in Valencia, actually. So she appreciates the effort, the meeting, and your presence here. And it's not only appreciation what brings us here, it's also hard work. We are, together with the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities, aligned and working together in creating a stronger or a consolidated scientific platform to retain or to attract and retain talent. We are committed with the strategy. There is a document published in the web that you can download in the Ministry of Science and Innovation and Universities, that you can download. But there are three main objectives that we work on. And one is to boost the capacity of our system to attract and retain talent, and a proof for it is la nueva, oferta de empleo público. I can't say that in English, but it's just the national call for permanent positions that is now open. It's been postponed until the 13th of this month, and that is a way to get a permanent position in Spain, not only as tenure scientists, but also as technicians in our institution. And it has a large number of opportunities currently. And the big breakthrough, which is if you come from Europe, you don't need to show any validation of your PhD degree. That is a big breakthrough. There are other difficulties. We are aware of it, but we're working on them to facilitate the access to the permanent position. There is another objective, which is strengthening scientific institutions, and an example for that is the Severo Ochoa big shield, the excellent shield that the Institute has, is an award, of course, financial, economical award, that allows the Institute to become more attractive, and by hiring people, communication, outreach, international offices, attraction talent offices. So that boost hopes or aims at getting stronger research centers and attractive research center. And the third objective in the national strategy about retention, attraction and retention of talent is simplification. Well, we're working on it. You know, our system is rather bureaucratic. We're not the only ones, by the way. France is pretty much the same or worse, but because we always compare ourselves with the CNRS, which is our brother or sister in Europe, and simplification is not an easy task, because we are just a performing organization belonging to the ministry, but the ministry has to go to Hacienda and then to Función Pública. So every process that we try to simplify requires, again, a process. So we are committed to that, we are working on that, and we hope to get somewhere simpler in the future. At the CSIC, what we do in those three objectives is our Oficina de Atracción de Talento, Welcome International Talent Office, Alberto Espín. He will be telling you several things that we do in the office. And it's linked to the international office. Why? Because we do believe that we have the potential to be an attractive institution for people either coming from abroad or foreigners, right? And Alberto is working really hard on developing a scenario, like, for instance, you go to the website of the CSIC and you type landing at the CSIC, and you get a beautiful website that Alberto designed with a lot of pestañas desplegables, where you can actually get el certificado digital, how to put kids in the guarderías, get a residence permit. So there's a lot of information there that all of you know that wasn't available before. It was us, the hosting researchers, that used to do the job to facilitate life for our income researchers. Well, now it took us a year, but we think it's a very decent manual for landing at the CSIC. So I encourage you to go and look into it. But Alberto is also strongly working on the visas. Again, ¿cómo se dice? The immigration authorities, extranjería, right? How to get an appointment. Saba, she's now gone. But one of the first time we met Saba was when she was trying to get the permanent residence permit. And it was a nightmare. She would not get the appointment. She could not get the appointment. And finally, with Alberto, we made it happen. So all these just an examples, just to that you believe us, that we are working on being an attractive institution and, of course, retain our best talent. So with that, I just welcome you at the CSIC, and I thank you again for the event, and I hope you have a very, very good workshop. Thank you very much. Apologies. Sorry, I was supposed to introduce FECIT. I'm sorry. Elisa García. Well, she's project officer and career advisor at FECIT. FECIT es la Fundación Española por la Ciencia y la Tecnología, y es the institution that works hand by hand with us, with Alberto, in facilitating the friendly scenario in career development. So thank you very much, Elisa, for joining us today and for all your work. Thank you.
So thank you a lot, Isabel, for introducing me. Thank you to CSIC for inviting me as a keynote speaker, and which this title, Evolution and Landscape of Research Careers in Spain. I mean, in the agenda, I was behind the Secretariat of Research in Spain, and this is a very high-level ministry. I mean, this is a very high-level ministry, and then talking about this is also a very high-level policy. But I'm not used to talk like I am used to, as a policy officer, to talk of scientific policy, not policy for science, but science policy for human resources. But I'm more used to, as my trainee as career development professional, to talk about how to navigate the career. This time I'm going to switch a little bit. I'm going to try to explain you what has happened and what has paved the way towards we are now in Spain in terms of the research career. Let me just put the timer, because this is, for me, is one of my favorite topics, so I can be talking and talking here. So I will set up a timer just to say, hey, don't go too far. I am happy to work. I've been working in FECIT for now nearly 5 years, and well, 4. And I am happy to say that even though this topic it's very ministerial, actually, it is a hard topic of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities. FECIT, my institution, the Spanish Science Foundation. Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, has been working 20 years on this topic, actually. 20 years, magic number, as you will see now. 20 years is also, even though I've been only working in FECIT for 5 years, 20 years I've been working one way or another on research careers. 20 years ago, I started my research career as a PhD candidate, so it's a long time ago. And obviously now I'm not anymore in this career, but very closely working with it. So, oops, let's see if it's working. No, where do I have to point? Usually it's one way in the room. So, 20 years, well, now 20 years and a month. Like I said, it's a magic number because it happened, with the member states starting to work in this difficult club sometimes that is the European Union. They thought, okay, we need to create an area, for research, where the research at the European Union level happens. And then when they started to create this European research area, they realized, but we don't have kind of the rules for how the people who are going to work in research, are going to perform this research. So some experts got together and started to define what it was called the first principles of obligations and rights for researchers, working conditions, career progression. And this set of rules was called the Charter and Code, and it was born 20 years ago, 20 years and 1 month now ago. Funny enough, when they were creating this era, they thought, okay, this needs to be the rules, somehow, that we all agree, but also they create something, they decide, or they expect that the researchers could move freely around the European research area. This was created Euraccess, and probably Albert is going to talk to you a little bit about it. It was kind of a dream. This was not a legal binding document. It still is not. It was actually a European Commission recommendation, so in 2005. But this set the scenario for research careers. What happened at the Spanish level here? You can see in the screen. 1 year later, even though the document, this charter, was not legally binding, many set the tone, to the states, to the member states, set the tone also to employers, funders, and especially for researchers. They were actually using as an anchor for their petitions to the government is why don't you implement the charter? But charter was never and is still not a legal binding document, and probably it mustn't be never a legal binding document. But 1 year later, something happened in Spain. Things have started to change, and it's happened. The first statute of PhD candidates, so early career researchers, we would call them. It was the first time in a legal document that they appeared, apart from the documents that they developed, the studies. But it was the first time that these researchers started in a document. That was the PIF, 2006, and they said that they should be paying they should be acquiring social benefits. Postdocs at that time became professionals. At that time, 2006, 20 years ago. Again, at the European level, and you will see how interlinked the European policy is with our national policy. And this is why FECID plays a role, because for 20 years, because the ministry delegating FECID to work at this alignment of policy, EU policy and national policy. In the first years, when Euraccess was created, we were there. In the first years also with the charter. After the charter starting to put everything together, FECID was also there working in the human resources subgroup of the Council, of the European Council. But I was saying, what happened later? Something very interesting. Probably you all know these crazy letters, HRS4R, the human resources strategy for researchers. This was the way to implement, it was a mechanism to implement the charter, where mainly at the institutional level. And I will go back at the end of my talk about this instrument, because many things thanks to this instrument happen a lot at the institutions here in Spain. Another big milestone in this timeline, 2011, the current law of science and technology. The previous one was from 1984. It was not up to it was not up to the level that the scientific system needed, So there was a big new law creating. And this was the starting point to shape the research careers in Spain. But that time, civil servant positions were already established. They needed to maybe better to define some research career aspects, but it was only civil servant, and the system was growing, and there were more figures than just civil servants, and they needed also a career. This was the kind of a pavement for these PhD candidates, for these postdocs, and later on. But it was the beginning. There was a lot of room for improvement there, and we've been working a lot there since then. Something also happened at the European level. The enforcement of the HRS4R, the enforcement of the charter started to work, not as like I said, not a legal document, but yes, as best effort obligations, for example, when you acquire European funding. So institutions who have this, I would not call it award, the HRS4R, will will be more first positions to obtain EU funding. And I'll talk also later a little bit of this. And then we were a little bit quiet for a long time. But then was a turning point around at the European level. Around 2020, things like the society needs researchers, the highly skilled researchers are needed in society. This was the agenda of skills, the Pact for Skills at the European level. Not so much in the research area, but just in general, as a society needs the skills of researchers. These documents, a high-level policy, are talking. And some of these more documents were going on, and probably one of the key tipping points is the Council conclusion, the Deepening the Era, that actually calls the Council of Europe calls to create more attractive careers. So researchers are needed, and not only needed within the walls of the academic institutions where they start their careers, where they are becoming, researchers, but the society needs it a lot. And it was necessary for Europe to create a more attractive career. What happened in Spain 1 year later? We reformed the law. And then, I'm going to show you how, after this reform of the law, how the career was more or less defined. I will never say that there is still work to do, and we will see where is still work to do. But this was much more very defined and much more working for this scenario to create a more attractive career. Funny enough, if you read the law, the preamble of the law, it's all citations to the charter. So really the charter was an inspiration to create the human resources chapter of this law. Of course, not the whole law, because it covers a lot of things, but then for the human resources. So, and 1 year later, under the presidency of the EU presidency of Spain, then it becomes all of these council conclusions, European Commission communications, The member states agree to create a framework to attract, retain, how is it called? It's attract, retain the talents and entrepreneurship, human resources, researchers in the European research area. The point here that what it changed a lot since 2020 and really crystallizing in these country recommendations, it is that it's not more the researchers, just human resources. It's a resource that they do the research. No, they are the heart of the European research area. Without researchers, we cannot do research. So better to create attractive careers because we need them to stay here, to retain them, to attract them and retain them. Because obviously, as you can imagine, there are many, many countries in the world that also they are doing exactly the same. And just for justice, just for, it's the people doing research, you need to care for them somehow. So, like I said, the Council recommendation, lucky, even though they came after our reform, we didn't need to reform it a lot because the Spanish reform of the law was very inspired in the charters. So obviously, as it could be in another way, the Council recommendations also not only were inspired in the charter was reformed, was streamlined, included principles for gender, open science, things that, of course, 20 years ago we were not talking about. So it modernized somehow and streamlined the whole process. Lucky enough, we were very, very much in alignment. Otherwise, we will have to somehow, even though it's a recommendation, it's not still a legal binding document, the Council recommendations, but it's a very strong recommendations for the European Council to member states. So this, for those who are maybe new in the career, maybe new in the systems, for those who are in the middle, if you look back 20 years ago, things has changed a lot. 20 years ago when I started my PhD, things has changed a lot. So, but what shapes research careers, and what do we understand for research careers? Many times when I talk about research careers, people want to listen how I progress in this career, where I became to, doing my PhD to end up where. Well, research careers, it's obviously what we call career progression, that is extremely linked to career assessment, especially in the public system. We will see how. Also, the public system asks for that. You cannot just bring people and progress how they or someone wants. There's some rules. So this shapes the career progression, but also research career is about working conditions, it's about the rights, it's about the obligations, This is the whole thing. And this is shaped by a lot of factors, It's not just, someone is doing a legal framework, a law, and then the whole research career is being, wonderful shaped, and there we go. We need to just go the path. No, it's not like that. At all. If you expect that, you're not going to find it in any country. So basically, to understand research careers, you understand first who are researchers. And it's not easy. It has taken a lot of discussions in Europe and also, obviously, at the national level to decide who is a researcher, and I'll tell you what later. Where actually are performing research, because this has also changed a lot in the reform of the law. Talk also a little bit of that. Also with what? The landscape, the financial landscape is extremely important to develop research careers. And also I will give you some numbers here, that the evolution, for the last, not 20 years, because to go back to this data takes a while, mining, a very heavy data mining. And also how, finally, what are the rules? And rules are not, like I said, only legal frameworks. There are much more than that. So first, we understand who are researchers. Well, the definition of researchers, if we go to Europe, the Council recommendations just basically take the one from the Frascati manual and says that researchers means professionals, and that's a strong word, engaged in the conception or creation of new scientific knowledge based on original concepts or hypotheses. Nothing new that if you all researchers, if you already have done your thesis, how many of you are here R2? So you already defend your thesis? Please raise your hand so I can figure it out who I'm talking with. And how many of you are doing the PhD thesis? Okay. So there are people in the audience that they are not early career researchers. What are you? Are you a researcher? It's a big question. Raise the hand. Yeah, of course, our group leaders are here. And there are other things. Yeah, because research is not only performed by researchers. In the Spanish system, if you go to the definition of researchers in the law, it's pretty similar to the one at the European level. So again, we are aligned. But they are not the only ones doing research, and we can never forget this. We are key elements. Society needs us, but we are not alone in this enterprise. Usually, we work with another two personnel, and this together makes the research personnel: the technical support and the research managers. This is pretty new ones. Actually, it's pretty labeled now. Sometimes they don't even know that they are research managers, but they are research managers working in ID. Or in innovation and research. So when we start the career, as a PhD, especially in experimental science, we have to learn and we have to perform activities that technicians do. There's no other way. We need to learn the techniques in order to be able to start working as our researchers. But researchers is much more than that. What defines this is the creation, okay? They need to be creative. They need to create new things, new technologies, new something. They are the ones who, paving the way in that way, working in the frontiers of knowledge is another way to call them. Research managers, I'm not going to talk so much because it's a ill-defined yet population, but they are there. They're very extremely important. These are the people who actually help you to find funding, to manage your funding and your infrastructures and so on, We can never forget that researchers are not only within the walls of research performing organizations. Well, I would say it another way. A research performing organization is also a university. Okay, they perform research. So, and there is also the teachers there. Your teachers at the university were also researchers. It's untangled. So if anyone is considered to follow their career at the university, you need to be very aware that part of your duties, and this is dependent on the institutions, how they balance the tasks of their employees, one of them is teaching. We also have clinicians, research clinicians, and they have to perform, they are clinicians, they need to, take care of people. Okay, so I always put this, I always like to highlight, that, bear in mind that, but definitely, there is also possibilities of future careers at the universities, and not only in research performing organizations. That in the public sector. Let's see after what happened. Another way to define researchers, and this is a very interesting document, also one of these derived policy, from these policies that we were talking before, especially of the agenda of the skills, is to define people for what they do and the competences that they need to do what exactly they do. And again, defined research activity, we say, is the creation of the new knowledge, new technology. How you do that? So if anyone wants to know, go to this document. The research competence framework, European framework, finally, we got one. It's pretty new, 2 years ago. Takes time, things in Europe. But we became with these transversal competences. Of course, you will not find here things of technical stuff for your discipline or your knowledge of your discipline. No, it's all transversal competence that all researchers have at different levels. Not everybody needs to be doing exactly the same thing at the same competency, okay? So bear in mind that this is not, the levels here in this competence framework doesn't mean you are at the level of your career, not at all. But also, if you want to try, if you want to see how you are in these competences, you also have a self-assessment tool based on these competences. So I encourage you to go there and check. You will learn also what research means. Okay, because I'm talking about evolution, and I said, there is always controversy if PhD candidates are researchers, not only there was a lot, probably in Spain, probably one of the countries that settled the conversation a long time ago, in 2011 actually. But still in Europe, there is a lot of differences. You know, not all PhD candidates are taking the same way in all countries. Even though council recommendations recommends, you know, that they are professionals, they are researchers. And we cannot forget that. We also have it in our law, you know, doctoral candidates who shall be considered researchers in training. Then another important document, not so maybe by the legal binding, but also is this European Commission communication in 2011, who established the stages, the profiles of the researchers. They call it these numbers that we now, you are more and more listening now, the R1, the R2, the R3, and an R4. You know, posters are like R2D2, you know. Why we did that? Why we became insane? Okay, there is a need of interoperability between careers. You asked for that, researchers asked for that. This is the way we came out a long time ago with a way to make all the different labels, positions at the member states, you know, kind of interoperable. I will talk a little bit later about this too. But in this communication, R1 are PhD candidates. This is the first time it appears at the European level. Of course, council recommendations, and like I said, the topic was settled a long time ago in Spain in 2011 with this royal decree of that defined the doctoral system, but also now in the law as well. So, just if anyone, sometimes we still call them PhD students because they are students. So they are both things. We never forget this. We can never forget this. So how many researchers are in Spain? Well, this is this is from the Eurostat, the European Statistic Service. 2023, we have in Spain around 3,000, more than 350,000 researchers per million inhabitants, okay? In the 10 years, the most important number I would like to show you here is in 10 years, we have increased this number in 39%. And another important point is that the percentage, you know, of these R&D personnel, not researchers, but R&D personnel is another indicator relative to the employed population is 1.35 in Spain. We're kind of the same average of Europe, and it's increasing, and the aim is to increase. If you see the numbers in China, you will, wow, amazing, you know, the amount of the research in the last years that they increase. We are there in the parity, you know, in gender, 40-60%. There have been worse times, but obviously we're not talking about which levels are, you know, these women and men in these R1, R2, R3, R4. They're still in disciplines where they need a little bit more push into women, into more higher up positions. Okay, this is where they start. All researchers start to do the doctorate, the PhD. So in Spain, we are not bad. We are around the 1.4, 1.5, I think. It's very similar to the average of the European Union, still not there. And we are producing, actually, if you see the developing, how many PhD candidates the Spanish system is producing, is around now 12,000, you know, and we have parity here, which is 50% women and men. There's been an increase, obviously, in the PhD candidates, especially now the boost is even more, because as the high policy and also national policy, you know, we need to create talents, not only for the public sector, but for society. Where are these, another place is where are these researchers? And many times when we talk about career progression, we talk about the career progression within a very specific places of the public system, okay? Mainly universities and the law of science of performing organizations of the general, of how you say the general, so the general public administration, okay? But researchers can perform research in many, many places at society, actually. There is a lot of impulse that for intersectoral mobility, so researchers move towards the private sector. This is the Achilles heel of Europe, is the innovation, so we need to somehow make researchers, if they want, and it's not pandering, this is the way that we thought 20 years ago. This is the way to make more attractive and to show them that there is more places to work outside of academia. Academia usually is this public research performing organizations at universities. But in the Spanish system, you have the national public administration. There are also some others working research here, not only the OPs, but some other institutes and so on. I haven't named them, but they are there. But mainly the OPs, and then the region, and then the regional level. You have the public hospitals that they are from the health system, universities at the regional level, the regional RPOs also. So the regions are creating, and some of them very big also systems. There is something in the middle, interfaces between private sector, technology centers and technology parks. If you want to also continue your career, you can also go there. There's many options there. They are seeking always for researchers. Probably your research career will be very different from one in an OP. And then you're getting there at the point, an homogeneous career path. It's something very, very difficult when you think about all of these places that you can perform your research. This is not a way to say we shouldn't define the career, but it's just to say that depending where you work, maybe the conditions, remember research career is not only research career progression, but the conditions are different, okay? Because these research performing organizations do not have the same regulations for all. There is a major legal framework, that is the law of science, definitely, but then there are more and things inside of them. And of course, there is the private system, mainly the companies. Enterprise there. And again, another Achilles heel, that we don't have so many R&D-based enterprises here. The numbers have been growing. I haven't brought these numbers. They are in the 60. They are public. You can check them. But the numbers have been growing. So here you have the distribution by sectors. What I was talking about. Actually, from the researchers, 40% of researchers are performing research in the companies. And the other 44 is at the universities. And then is the public administration. Most the OPs, but not only, okay? Remember that there is a few more. Like, for example, the National Museum. It's a research performing organization too, but it's not an OP. So only 15%. So think about your career, where you want to develop it, because like I said, the research career may be shaped in a different way. Okay, very important thing, and this is super, you say, why are you talking about how much Spain spends money on R&D? Of course, because if there is not enough expenditure, research careers suffer a lot. So, good thing, we are on the way. There is room for improvement here. There must be room for improvement, but in the last 10 years, the GDP expenditure on R&D has been increasing. Funny enough, in Spain, well, you see the champions, Sweden, Germany on general expenditure in the European level, and most of the expenditure comes again from the private sector. And here is where we see the room for improvement in Spain, because actually, from the government sector, we are kind of the same in the average of the European Union. Maybe more linking towards the research career. The budget dedicated for human resources in the last 10 years has doubled. And, so you can spend money, but it's important where you spend the money. Because we can spend it in infrastructure, we can spend it in many different things. But the one for the human resources has increased double. So once again, there is a push for the researchers and the research personnel in general in the last years of this country, because they are at the heart of research. Otherwise, there is no research. Okay, now let's go to probably what you are waiting for. Understanding career progression. Okay, we have this scenario. We have a major rule. So now how it works. Now how I move from one stage to another one. Like I said, we will not be able to give you the final answer to all the places that you can do research. Okay, so bear in mind, there is not only one career, there is a lot of careers. And when we talk with researchers, they said to us, yeah, but research careers are diverse, they need to be interoperability, they need to be intersectoral, they need to be interdisciplinary. You know, it's a lot of flexibility, but at the same time, we need a path. So it's very difficult, you know. So I just warn you that when you hear this path, what you actually, that I'm going to present you, what you are hearing, it's basically what you are in front of is basically the research careers at the OPs here, like CSIC. And more or less, I'm very similar to the universities, but always bear in mind the teaching component, that it's never been, okay, so careful with this. Okay, career path is just it's a structured set of promotion opportunities and expectation for professional development. So the first thing you need to divide is, you need to define is the steps, the stages. What are these steps? Is that, you know, researchers should go one after the other one. The magic number are 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. I know that they are ugly as hell, but they are useful as hell too. And there is only one variable different between all of these, and this is why it's interoperable, you know, with other careers. And we're trying to make it very heavily interoperable for other European countries. When you move, you know in which stage of your career you are. R1, performing research strictly under supervision. This is the most easy to understand. They are PhD candidates. 99% of them. There are some other things there, but 99% they are PhD candidates. R2, do you say postdocs? Postdoc is just a definition of someone after the doctorate. Doesn't mean a lot, to be honest. No, in the career, in the stages of profiles in the European framework, this is also now in the European framework for research careers, is someone who is performing research, but they are not yet fully independent. So a very important point here is to define what is independency. And not a lot of places have defined what this independency means. It's not easy. R3, achieve the level of independence. Okay, this seems to perform research, just they can do it. It's not only they know how to do it, they can do research at independent level. And then R4 is the leaders, okay? It's also ill definition between the R3 and R4, but the council recommendation asked us to focus in early career research. So we put more effort into, especially into the R2, how to define the R2. Another way to define, you know, these stages, it's important to understand the status in the research performing organizations. And this is not working everywhere the same. In Spain, if you compare with the United States, it's not going to be the same. With UK system, it's not going to be the same. With Swedish system, it's not going to be the same. Okay, and this shape a lot your research career. What is considered permanent and non-permanent position. In UK, no one is permanent. Simple like that. They are open-ended. They can be there for a long time, but they are not permanent. In the Spanish system, some researchers are permanent, and other ones are non-permanent. Which ones are the non-permanent? Mainly, although not all, but mainly is the ones who are funded by external funding. Not project-based in their majority, because it's the way how the system, many countries are talking now about this, the projectification of the science performing, of the research performing. But yeah, the reality is that we are being funded by projects, and then if you are funded by external funding, you most likely are non-permanent, within a non-permanent position. Permanent positions, on the other hand, they are funded by a structural funding, and you really need to understand that. This is extremely linked to assigned budget. This is what Isabel was telling us. We try to streamline the positions, but then it's the Secretary of State of the Treasury, so Hacienda and Función Pública, saying, hey, hang on a minute. I need to authorize this budget because this is a permanent position. So this is why sometimes to become a permanent position is a nightmare. But as you can imagine, it's a permanent position in the public system. It needs to be very well checked and very well assign the budget, because it's for a long time. So this creates, in the Spanish system, and it's not the only one like this. Many countries are working like that. So imagine with the expenditure in science suffer, and in the public administration and the open, the public positions, the contest now open, when you don't put enough money, the whole research career system suffer a lot, okay, the progression, because we'll see how these R1, R2, R3, and 4 are linked to career, to permanent and non-permanent position. At the very beginning, a long time ago, in the 70s, probably, you do the PhD, and basically you were non-permanent. Well, actually, you were not an employee, simple like that. You were a scholar, fellow, something, but you were not an employee. It's different now. And then usually people go abroad sometime, but they get into the system as a permanent position most of the time, very early after their PhD. Because the Spanish system was expanding, especially university level. So then all these R2, R3, and R4, so you could actually be in a permanent position, not being an independent researcher. Things started to change, Obviously, the system was already with people. People take time, to retire or to die, or to go. And when you're a permanent position, they don't tend to go a lot. Also, the age makes something here, and the life, in general. So these R2 positions started to become more and more and more non-permanent, until the point that we are now in the system. That is the last role. The R1, the R2 are usually, not always, within the public system, remember, non-permanent. The R3 and R4 are the permanent. At FECID, together with the Ministry of Science, 3 years ago, 3 years ago, we made the effort, as the Council recommendation also asked us now, so we were a little bit in advance, to align these positions to our system, to the positions at the Spanish system. You will find this document at your Access Spain and also at FECID, where you can see the research career path. Careful. Positions are the ones for civil servants, the ones that they are permanent. Here at the office, this is at the research public system. The other ones are not positions. The other ones are hiring instruments. And this is why this document gets a little bit confusing to read. But you are researchers, so you have the skills. This doesn't say that when you are an R2, you have been hired by a contrato de acceso, so the access contract. The non-translation was in purpose, So everybody who comes to this system understands, the meaning of the words. Doesn't mean that. It means that the likelihood that when you are an R2, the likelihood to have one of these contracts is under these hiring instruments, the contrato de acceso or contrato de actividades, the scientific technical activities. This is what it means in a university, or I'm a ayudante doctor, or am I a research personnel. This is up to the institution. Legal frameworks do not go into there at the moment. And I don't think there's probably a way to pass. So even though the alignment has been done at the level of hiring instruments available to hire researchers, and obviously positions, they are very well defined now. There's a lot of, it depends on the university where you will be and how you are considered, especially with the scientific, the scientific and technical activities. Okay, very quickly, you will find this information in this. You are an R1. You are going to be hired most likely with the predoctoral contract. It's a fixed-term contract, minimum of a year, maximum to 4 years. It's for PhD candidate, and it's linked with the doctoral policy, because remember, PhD studies last 4 years and 1, and it's been changing in the last year too. Before there was no time limit. For use only in the public system. There's some exceptions, but it's mainly only for use in the public sector. So you're going to do your PhD, industrial PhD, you will not be hired with one of these. You will be with another thing. Then there is a legal framework. This one has a legal framework. It has an statute, and it has there the rights and obligations, the money, the retribution, the salary, how much you're going to be paying. So if anyone, thinks they're not paying me enough, go there and check what they should be paying you, okay? And it allows for teaching 60 years. There was a lot of problem. This teaching part was it is very problematic. It was very problematic at the universities. Why am I a researcher and I have to do teaching? Yeah. So they needed to be set up. And the money, remember, money is important to perform research. But to fund these positions, you don't only need competitive calls. You all know the FPU, the FPI, all of these. Most of this at the national level, you will be also in this document, Albert, I'm pretty sure is going to talk about it. You will be also, you can also check the funding opportunities that you have there. Most of them are linked, and it's 4 years, but not always. For example, the ones from Europe, they are 3 years. So you could be doing the thesis, maybe 5 years, and only you have fund for 3 years. This is, for example, not allowed in Sweden. In Spain, yes, and many countries in Europe. So, but remember, there's not only the way of competitive calls. There's also projects, and these projects, sometimes, not always, depending on the source of the funding, comes with money to hire someone. Or sometimes even collaboration with public-private. You have maybe the principal investigator, the group leader has some funding, and they can create. You do the thesis, so then you are hired with one of these. But remember, it's a minimum of 1 year, a maximum of 4. Not always. You could be an R1 and be hired as a scientific and technical research. This is a very new instrument, and we are still learning how the institutions are using it, because it's new, and it was very controversial at the beginning. I cannot tell you much about the evolution of this, because we're still waiting how it is. But yeah, you can be hired also by these. So there is flexibility in the system. Okay, the R2, they have, within the public systems, they have one instrument, the contract to assets. There's a minimum 3 years, maximum of 6. The very novelty of this is the actual restriction of 6 years within the sector. So if you have one of these contracts, 6 years in an institution, imagine here at the CSIC, and you go to the, Galician THEMUS, Galician research performing organizations, or a center there, they will not be able to do this contract. This is tough. This is the Swiss model. You only have 6 years to do your postdoc. And if not, out of the public system, research system. Out of the public research system, not out of the research system, okay? Germany has been a lot of controversy about this type of instruments, and in Spain, well, you also have the funding opportunities here, but Alberto is going to talk about this. But in Spain, most likely, you will be also hired with this instrument, okay? Once again, how this instrument is then embedded in the institutional policy, in the institutional position, difficult to know yet. Okay? I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but only one thing. It's not a fixed-term contract. It's an open-ended contract, but it's linked to external funding. So this is like in a company. If you have money, then you have unemployed. You are employed. If there is no money, you are not employed. Open-ended contract. There is no more temporal contracts, only in specific cases at the public administration in general in Spain since the labor reform in 2022. So, of course, and then the other ones, all other permanents, are the civil servant positions, and they are extremely well defined. But like I said, they are always very linked to the budget. And of course, it's open to complements. They also have some retribution, when you get in this career, but I'm not going to talk a lot because there's not many R3 and R4 here. You have the sexennials, you have a quinquennials, you have a lot of complements. This is also part of their career, but it's basic impact on the salary, on the retribution, not so much on the stages, okay? Okay. Don't forget the university. We also did the alignment with there. But for the universities, you also need to be proving that you have been researching. And I'm going to speed up. So the key question is, how do I pass from the R2 to an R3, from a non-permanent position to a permanent position? Key elements, obviously your merits, but also the funding is important, as you can imagine. The funding and the permanent positions link it to the budget, the funding that you are being able to gather, and someone has able to gather to fund your position. Because remember, as an R2, you are independent. So you are not independent yet. And usually independency means in the funding mechanisms, but also at the research level, You finish your PhD, do you have the availability to create something new, something that is impact? And of course, it's very important the fitting in the group and fitting within the institution. So when you are in the early career research stages, you look for places based on what is this lab or what is this group doing, I fit with them. Usually when you look for institutions, you fit with the institution, not just the group, because you're going to be the group, usually. So these are the merits, and this is very difficult. What are the proxies that we use to measure creativity? This is at the end what it's about. And it's not easy. And you know, mobility is one of them. You say, why we need to go, no one forces you to go, but obviously it's rewarded if you have gone. Because research is international endeavor. So it's, it benefits a lot for this exchange of ideas, and usually they are higher if you have been in the places. Results and impacts, papers, we used to do it. The whole thing is changing. You're going to be told about this later on in the afternoon, how now we don't measure only papers, but all the type of results are taken into account as merits. Funding acquisition, yeah, it's a merit. In one point, it's going to become a merit, and you will see it now. Supervising and manager and collaboration. And then it's like, okay, but still there is no predictability. And if there is no predictability in the career, it will not be attractive. So in the last reform that it was created, a tenure track-like project. So basically, if you obtain this R3 certification, then 25% of the positions are dedicated only for R3 certified researchers. This is how it is. 15% at the university level. And it's not a requirement. You can do it if you want, It's the National Funding Agency, the one is basically certifying this. You need to be at least for 2 years as an R2 if you hold one of these contract to access, or 3 years if you haven't. So for example, you have one of the other ones, the 23Bs, or 5 years an R2. Imagine you are someone abroad. You come, at least you need to be 5 years of research, and then you can apply for this certification. It's annual calls for the agency. What are the criteria? How we measure independency, because this is the path from R2 to R3, and they are in the National Funding Agency website, and you can basically check them. It's leadership in scientific contributions, ability to lead research lines and groups, PIs, to be a PI, securing resources, including funding, supervision of doctoral thesis, and so on. So the merits that we have talked before. So when you are in an R1, a PhD candidate thinking, what is this about doing research at the public institutes? This is where you're going to have to be aiming for, because this is how you will be able to stay permanent. You cannot stay forever in the system, but you will be linked to the external funds. Of course, as a researcher, remember there is also support personnel and research managers. I need to say that. Okay, so to finish, because I've been taking a long time here, so what I said is legal framework shape the landscapes, of where the whole research endeavor happens. Funding shapes it a lot, definitely, but also institutions shape it a lot, and they come with the rules and regulations, So I've been talking about the legal frameworks, I've been talking about the funding a little bit. You will hear a little bit later from Alberto a little bit more. But I haven't talked about institutions, because even though there is a legal framework, they still have a lot of autonomy and flexibility to do the rules. And you say, and you leave it like that? No, really. Funding organizations have a lot to say, are shaping a lot the rules, the institutions they do. For example, if an institution wants to apply for MCA, for Marie Slodowska-Curie action programs, then they need to have a minimum standards, especially in training and career support services to researchers. For example, the agency with the Ramón y Cajal program shapes a lot also the careers, because it actually makes an agreement, not so much anymore, let's see the news in a few months, but shapes a lot ask to the institution, you should open a position, not to this person, because you cannot do that in Spain. Remember, there's no possible tenure track system in Spain, but to, with these competences and this discipline, more or less. And of course, you shape that. What is this? The HRS 4-hour, the implementation of a charter. So things that happened 20 years ago when I came back, I've been 10 years ago abroad in Spain. When I came back to Spain and I saw that institutions were already providing training, career development support, were publishing their working conditions, and they were asking researchers, how are you? This has changed a lot, and this has been thanks to this instrument. Many of the career events that you have now at CSIC, why at these institutions? Because they put in the action plans to align with the principles of the Charter, of the European Charter for Researchers. So you see, it's been 20 years ago, all started with this Charter, but it has been extremely important, and I hope there is a lot of room for improvement. I leave it to there, and if you have any questions, please ask. Questions?
Thank you very much, Elisa. It was a brilliant talk. I really wish I could have seen this talk 6-7 years ago. It's super informative and also showing basically the landscape, exactly what we expected to hear. Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? I have lots of questions myself.
Thanks very much for your excellent presentation. In one of your slides, I could see that most of the researchers in Spain are in the private sector, I think 40-something. Yep. I don't have data, but I have my subjective impression. My impression is that there are many people working at industry, technicians, scientists, and so on, but I'm not sure that they do really research. My impression is that companies in Spain tend to not to dedicate too much effort to real research. What is your opinion about this, please?
Well, this is basically tackling indicators. We only have 2 indicators to know how personnel dedicated to R&D it's in the whole society, in Spain. One is the researchers and one is the R&D personnel. So the thing is, if you see the numbers that they are public, in the National Statistic Agency and also in the Ministry of Science website, if you see the numbers, of course, the R&D personnel are much higher, and the percentage has been higher in the private than the ones for researchers. So they seem that they've been differentiating the researchers of the R&D personnel. Of course, what you will not find so much, maybe in a company, is the fundamental research. It will be more applied research. The rules of doing research in a private company is very different. But I must say, we don't know yet, and this is a conversation at the European level, we don't know much yet how the private sector is doing, and also the technological parts and central parts. They do research, but definitely not the way that you will expect in research public organizations. Also, the funding system, the mechanism, is totally different there. They own to their investors and the capitals, you know, private capital. So that shapes a lot the way to perform science in research in these companies. Good question.
Other questions?
Thanks for a very nice talk first. And well, you showed very well how the European Union has pushed this positive change, right? How do you feel that is going to change moving forward? Like, do you think it's going to go better, or you think we are a bit of a changing to negative point?
That's a very good question, actually. When we change, every 3 years, we change the policy agenda at the European research area, and then we are like, you know, what's going to happen with the research career? Because definitely we have, since 2020, we have a momentum, you know, and many things have happened because of that. What I can tell you is the next 3 years, there's still the researchers are at the center, you know, and there's policy actions, and the ones for research careers, it has been supported by all member states. It's the only one, basically, I think. Yeah, I think it's the only one who has been supported for member states. What does it mean? It means European Commission is going to be working hard on that. Member states are, we also, because we support the policy, we need to do things towards that. There's going to be more, funding, at least for the European level. We hope that things continue in Spain. At least we have a pact for expenditure in R&D. This is why it's so important. So I think at least for the next 3 years, we are on a safe way. What's going to happen later? Who knows how the world is going, you know? Take advantage now.
We have time for another question, short one.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You commented on the, let's say, position and how many PhDs were per 1,000 workforce. Mm-hmm. Can you comment on how this is linked to the industrial environment in any country?
Yes, well, the numbers are more complicated here, and you tackle one of the problems, one of the issues that we have with indicators in general in Europe. We've been trying to, European Commission also made an agreement with the OCDE to make better indicators, and better indicators precisely on that, on the intersectoral mobility. How many doctorate PhDs are now in the industrial system. Unfortunately, we don't have the numbers. Well, yeah, we have the numbers in Spain, and it's increasing. I can tell you. I think I have the numbers, because the numbers there is around like 25% of the researchers are with a PhD graduate, or research R&D personnel have the PhD. So we are gathering now the numbers to see how this movement. Good thing is that companies seems to be spending more money on R&D, so, we hope that there is more uptake of these professionals into the private sector. But need time and need better indicators, and definitely we're working on that, on create better indicators.
Thank you very much, Elisa. I will leave my questions for the networking time. Again, an applause for Elisa Garcia for the time dedicated for this workshop. Now we have the career development from postdoc to PI, and I leave Maria Luisa Doctora, director of our center, to present Marisol Martín González.
Buenos días de nuevo. Yo, como directora del Instituto y Micronanotecnología del CSIC, quiero en primer lugar presentar someramente la actividad de nuestro instituto. Estamos en Tres Cantos, al norte de la ciudad de Madrid. Somos un instituto mediano, aproximadamente de 80 personas, un poco menos, pero con capacidad para crecer tanto en personal como en infraestructuras. Estamos metidos en una reforma integral del instituto, una primera parte que vamos a ampliar nuestras instalaciones técnico-científicas, pero más adelante se está abordando la ampliación de una nueva planta en el instituto. Nos dedicamos, como nuestro nombre indica, a la micro y nanotecnología para la salud, para la energía y para las comunicaciones, con proyectos nacionales e internacionales, con contratos con empresas. En nuestro instituto se han creado varias empresas de base tecnológica. Hoy me han dicho que son casi 11 las empresas que hemos fundado. Nuestro personal investigador se caracteriza por ser muy activo, con vocación no solo investigadora, también emprendedora y capacidad formativa excepcional y afán de acercar la ciencia a la sociedad con numerosas actividades de divulgación. Son varios los investigadores de nuestro centro que han recibido el reconocimiento de instituciones y de medios, pero hoy quiero destacar y destacamos el Premio Nacional de Investigación Juan de la Cierva 2025 en la modalidad de transferencia del conocimiento, que ha sido otorgado a la doctora María Soledad Martín González, Marisol, una de las más prestigiosas investigadoras de nuestro instituto, del IMN y de nuestro país. Marisol llegó al IMN en el año 2002 como postdoc y en la actualidad es profesora de investigación en nuestro instituto y lidera el grupo de investigación interdisciplinar denominado Dispositivos Funcionales Nanoestructurados para la Recuperación Energética, FINDER. Su línea de investigación se centra en la nanoingeniería de semiconductores termoeléctricos, optimización de sus propiedades para la aplicación de dispositivos avanzados que permiten recuperar energía que habitualmente se pierde, bien en el ambiente, en el cuerpo humano o en otros dispositivos o sistemas. Soluciones para reducir las emisiones de CO2 y mejorar la eficiencia energética y aportando soluciones energéticas sostenibles para nuestra sociedad. Ha liderado y lidera importantes proyectos europeos y nacionales, como por ejemplo su último RC Advance, con lo que estudia la generación de energía para dispositivos portátiles. Mantiene colaboraciones en Europa, en Estados Unidos, en Japón y respecto a la transferencia tecnológica, a partir de una de sus patentes, ha sido cofundadora de una empresa de base tecnológica y ha realizado diversos proyectos de investigación con empresas españolas. Ha sido coordinadora científica y técnica del área global materia del CSIC desde el 2021 al 2024. Es miembro de la Real Academia Española de la Ciencia. Ha recibido numerosos prestigiosos premios, además del mencionado anteriormente, como por ejemplo el Premio de Excelencia Investigadora de la Real Sociedad Española de Química 2023. Es autora de más de 130 artículos en revistas científicas del más alto nivel y más de 200 contribuciones en congresos internacionales e inventora de varias patentes. Agradecemos hoy que esté aquí para compartir su experiencia de su exitosa carrera científica, para dar un ejemplo y que os guíe. Cedo la palabra a Marisol Martín González. Muchísimas gracias.
Because I prefer to be walking around instead of staying here. Thank you so much, Marisa, for the presentation. To tell the truth, that seeing all the things together, it looks like amazing, but just I'm a person, so that's everything. Thank you, Saba, for the invitation. To tell the truth, you put me in a very difficult spot. When you ask me to do this, I say yes, because I always say yes to anything that helps others to develop this career that I really love. But at the same time, on the moments that I was thinking what to tell you today, it was a tough thing to do, actually. While I was thinking on that, what I thought was I will tell the Marisol from today, it will talk with the Marisol from 25 years ago, and tell her the difficulties that she's going to find, the problems that she's going to find, and I will try to tell you the solutions that I talk and that I got in that particular moment. So basically, the way I decided to name the talk was what I have learned about my scientific career path. And I would like to start with what is basically CSIC. As Marisa already told you, I was the materia area coordinator, and CSIC is actually the biggest research institute public in Spain. It has more than 120 institutes, and actually the research that is done in many areas are top-notch. I mean, we are really good in some areas. We are really the world leaders, let's say, in some of the researches that we do. I try to get some numbers just to tell you things. And for example, is that right now, according to the CSIC webpage, we are more than 8,000 people doing research right now. So, the career here starts with a científico titular, and I'm going to tell you how I got there. It goes all the way to research professor. So it is true that it's a competitive way, but right now, I think things are much clearer that the things that we faced when I was in that position, when I was a postdoc coming back from the US. And I think that's good, because that helps in some of the aspects I'm going to tell you later on. I think one of the major challenges that you're going to face in your whole life as a researcher will be to manage the funding, because unfortunately, the way it goes is like a wave. So we have tops where we have a lot of money, and then things are easy. We are in that situation right now. So for those of you that want to enter the CSIC or any academic institution in Spain, is a very good moment. But sometimes things go down, and you have to be prepared for that. I will also going to start with the advantage of being a research scientist, at least under my point of view. Don't take anything that I said as written on a stone, because it's just my feelings, it's just my personal thinking, it's just what I think, okay? So one of the things that I love of being a research scientist is that you ask your own questions, and you ask the questions that you want to do for the future, and you want to investigate in the future. That is something, or that is a freedom that you don't have in the industry, for example, or you don't have in any other places where, you have to do something that is profitable, or do something that is, it will come an outcome out of there. You do whatever you feel is the right question to be asked, okay? Your work becomes foundational for others. So at a certain point, you find something, you discover something, you decided to have something because you have a very good idea, and then you switch something in the field. That's something that has happened to me several times, and I think it's beautiful to see how things change because you have an idea. It is also very good to work in research because you have to work with really rigorous thinkers. With that, I say, I mean, it's people that is prepared to answer questions and to solve problems. And it's so beautiful when you work with people around the world that actually thinks in the same way as you do, and you try to solve something. And for me, it's very interesting. It is a profession that actually gives you a lot of room for moving, not only because you move around the world, because that's something that we normally do, but because at a certain point, if you discover something, you can switch and you can move to another field, or you can move to another area that you think you have the appropriate question to answer. Well, I'm also very proud of the people that I actually mentor. I think they have become really very good scientists and very tough leaders. Right now, to tell the truth, 3 of my previous PhD students has become ERCs. One of them got a Prima fellowship, which is like a Swiss ERC. And another one got a prize from MIT as a young researcher. So I think I'm very proud of them, and I think what they have done is quite impressive, all of them. And, and I really feel very comfortable when you have an hypothesis, and even if you fail, you learn something in that way. So telling you the advantage, I will tell you some points and then some of the problems that you may have, okay? So for me, science, it has commitment for knowledge, and it also has impact in the society, in your life. It's a decision that you will take, and you will have to have some important decision in your life if you continue in this path. It will shape your independence, and it will shape the fact that you become a professor, research professor. Resilience is important. I was telling many times, and I want to say this in Spanish because I'm citing someone, that this is no es una carrera rápida, es una carrera de fondo. So you have to beat luck by being resilient, because there are some moments that are difficult, and you have to learn how to deal with that. It's extremely important that you have a personal balance. Your mental health is very important. That doesn't mean that this career is a career that you work 7.5 hours, which is what we have to do with CSIC, and you forget about everything, and the weekends you forget about everything, because if that's what you want, I don't think that's your path. Because in this case, we will have papers that will come on a Friday, and you have 48 hours to do the proofs. You will have projects that you have to write on Christmas time. You will have things that you have to do over summer. And you have to learn how to deal with that, and has also personal life. So you have to play with both things. It is important, also, thank you. It is important that you establish a very good collaborations. Not only, sorry. not only among Spain, but abroad, because that it is important for you to achieve what you wanted to achieve in the moment that you need it. So there are some times that you need to do a measurements that is particularly important to do something or to learn something that you wanted to answer, and you don't have the technique or you don't have the solution. And it is important that you can just write an email and say to someone, okay, can you help me with that? Can I send you a student? Can I send you the samples and you will do the measurement for me? That's very important. So, and that's something you have to cultivate. This is some numbers that I found just to give you a whole thing. According to the ministry, in 2022, we have more than 11,000 theses defended. Around more than 6,000 were from extreme careers. Well, I look for that number because I'm from there, so I guess that's what I wanted to look for. But if I tell you that in June 2027, the number of Ramones y Cajales that we got in the Boletín Oficial del Estado, it was almost 500. That tells you a lot about what is happening. And also what I found is that the age of independence, and with that I mean the age in which you more or less get the Ramón y Cajal, is around 37. This has been decreasing a lot in the last years. When I started to be the scientific coordinator of CSIC, there was a lot of people that were in the very last years of the ERC, and there were no positions available for them. And right now, there is almost no Ramón y Cajal in CSIC in that position. I mean, there are people that has already started 1 year, 2 years, and they already got the position. So things have changed a lot. And as I said, it's a very good moment if you are in that position right now. I wanted to bring also this thing, and here's the burnouts. I have seen this along my career quite a bit. And is that this is something that I got from the Spanish Ministry of Universities. It has some documents that say that around 40% of the PhD students report depression and anxiety symptoms. That's something you have to take care of and be careful, okay? And it's also a gender disparity. So women tend to be higher in number than men in this case. So, so the challenge is not the getting the PhD. The challenge is maintaining the motivation through all this and have a strategic thinking from the PhD all the way to your research professor position. And it is important that you take everything into account. Also, to give you some numbers that I also found, is that around 45% of the postdocs actually exit the academic path. That is not bad. I mean, we have postdocs in the industry, we have postdocs that have decided that it is not his path or their path. and they decided to go for other things, I mean, it's totally fine. I mean, you can start something and realize that it's not your way, and change it. That's fine. As I see it, there are like 5 critical decisions in this path. One of them is when you decided to start your PhD, the group that you decided to choose. It is, if I will say to myself when I was starting, I will say it's not a question of the prestige of the group. It's more the fact that you feel that you're going to be very well advised for that group, for that PI that is going to help you on the way. And it's also that the group has good track records with other PhDs. And that's a question that every time I do an interview, nobody asks me. And I think it's very important that you ask that question, that you know where you are getting in. When you finish your PhD, then you have to decide if you want to go for a postdoc. That's also a tough question. And you can decide to go to industry, you can decide to go to teaching. In my case, actually, I have, when I finished my PhD, I have the possibility to go to industry. At that time, there was these contracts that actually allow you for a PhD to go to the industry with a 5-year contract. Now it's the Torres Quevedo. At that time, those programs were starting, and I got one. And I was going to start in a company that actually has hired me to start a new line, to do a precursor of the penicillin by electrodeposition, which is my research field. But I was speaking with many people, and that's always something that helps you, that you have reference of people that you can ask. And I was speaking with people, and the people were saying, well, actually, if you're not sure you want to go to the industry yet, maybe you should try to go for a postdoc. And then when you do the postdoc, then if you want to exit, then you go to the industry. That will be easier because you already have experience abroad. And it was true. So at the same time that I got this position in the industry, I was applying to different places because I have one thing for me that was important. At that time, this thing called nanotechnology was starting. There were not many groups in the world that were actually publishing things with nanotechnology. And I wanted to do that because I thought it was a good research field for the future. So at the end, I ended up getting a position in Berkeley. I was there for 3 years. And that was good. I mean, it was a great experience. To tell the truth, I think probably is one of the best times of your career path because you have all the freedom and none of the responsibilities. You don't have to get the money. You don't have to do anything. Just do research. Just get the right questions. Just answer them. You have students that help you. You have people that you can teach. And for me, it was great. And I also learned something in there. I mean, my group in which I did a PhD, it was very tight. It was a group from chemistry, And the things that I was doing was under patents, and they didn't allow me to travel a lot or to explain my research to many people because it was like everything patent, everything closed, everything. So I wanted to get out of that. I wanted to be in an environment that was interdisciplinary. I want to be to gather things from other films. I mean, I already knew what I was doing. When you finish your PhD, you know what you are doing. It was perfect going to Berkeley. There I had 3 advisors. One was coming from chemistry, another one was coming from materials engineer, and the other one was coming from electrical engineer. And actually, it was that what shaped the rest of my career, part of it, okay? After you do your postdoc, then you have to decide what to do. You can do a second postdoc, a third one. You can do it abroad. You can decide to go back to Spain or not. And that's a decision that you will have to face. In my case, well, of course, it's a very difficult time of your life because basically you have already a partner, you have already some things that actually attach you to Spain a lot. In my case, I decided to go to Berkeley, which is pretty much on the other side of the Earth. It was a lot of, I mean, it was quite far. In my case, my boyfriend, now husband, decided after I was there 1 year, decided to come with me. And as 2 years time out of his company unpaid, and he came with me and decided, and he was doing a master when I was doing my postdoc, okay? So when I finished my postdoc there, because there is a time that actually you think you have learned everything that the place can teach you. I mean, I already learned everything that Berkeley can give me of what I was doing. So at that time, that was my personal decision, but at that time, I actually got 3 different positions because actually coming from Berkeley, a postdoc, working in nanotechnology, I mean, you have many opportunities. I mean, I have very top companies like Intel or General Electric that actually offer me quite a lot of money. And I also have a position in IMEC, which is in Holland, which is also a very good place. But my husband decided that he wanted to go back to Spain, and he wanted to go back to Madrid. So again, it is the play that I was telling you about. I mean, you have your career, he has his career, and you have to play with that, okay? You have to deal with everything at the same time. So we decided to come back to Madrid, but I didn't have anything in Madrid. I didn't have a position, I didn't have a postdoc, I didn't have anything. So what I did was I went to visit the different labs that actually were doing nanotechnology in Spain. There were not many, or at least there were not many that claimed they were doing nanotechnology, because as we know, I mean, many people were doing nanotechnology, but they don't claim to do that, right? So, so I visited different labs, and finally I got one that actually was Fernando Briones from the Instituto de Micro and Nanotechnology, that tell me, okay, I can hire you because I have a European project that actually is, has nothing to do with what you know at all. But I will teach you, I will help you, and in your free time, you can do whatever you want. So if you want to start to build your research line, you can do it. And that was enough for me. So I jumped in there. It was a tough time because I didn't have any idea of many of the techniques that the Institute had. I was actually feeling like I have my transatlantic park out of the bay, and I was going with a little small boat around this transatlantic that the people there were. I mean, they were so impressive. They were so good. And I was feeling like so tiny. So I started that project. And at the end, well, the project worked well. We actually were able to get, it was to generate a hard drive for magnetic recording with perpendicular magnetic recording. And actually, one of the ideas that I had actually worked out very well. And in principle, they give us, they nominate us, the project as one of the best in Europe at that time. It was a Descartes prize. So don't be afraid of starting on something that you don't know. It's just a question to put effort and time, and you can make it. When I was working in that project, there was something, a new call that appeared that is called Ramón y Cajal. Well, it actually says that it's going to be 5 years, and it will pay my salary. Sounds good. Let's go for it. So I went for it, and I got it. And that, to write that proposal were actually one of the most difficult things that I did. That, together with my first ERC, I think, there were the two proposals that it took me more effort to write. Not because they were difficult to write, because they are not. But it's the very first time that you start to ask yourself what you want to do in the future, what are the questions that you want to answer, and what is going to define your research line in the future. So I wrote what basically I know. I started to get some money to buy very small equipment. That I got a small space lab in the clean room. And that's the way I started with that. Then later on, when you have the Ramón y Cajal, I already have the numbers, but I'm not going to go through all the slides because I think I'm getting and spending more time than I was actually expecting. I don't know what I was there. I got lost. When I got the Ramón y Cajal, then there were open positions in my institute, and you have to apply, you have to compete again. And I got one of the científico titular. It was not my failed trials. I mean, I think I did it like 3 times. As I said, the institute was very high level. I mean, so the people there was extremely good. So it was tough. It was very tough. Then when you have this position, one thing that I will say to the Marisol from all times is that you have to be careful, because when people get the científico titular, it can happen some things. So one of them is that the people is coming already a little bit burned. As I said, the PhD and all the anxiety that the situation with the postdoc makes you, it can burn you out. And then when you got the científico titular, you decided, well, I'm done, I'm finished. I will slow down. I will decrease my speed. I don't have to fight for any permanent position anymore. I already have mine. So I have seen that in many occasions. And I think that's unfortunately, because it's the people that are extremely good, and it is a real pity. And I have seen other people that actually continue to the same speed because that's what they love, that's what they want to do. That was my case. I didn't change the speed. Actually, when it was funny because the same year I got the científico titular position, actually I was pregnant, and when my son was born, in the time that I was at home, I decided to write a proposal of something that I was in my mind since I was doing my postdoc. So at that time, we were the first ones in doing nanowires of semiconductors of 40 nanometers and lower. Those were seminal works, and we were the first ones to measure that. And we saw some reductions in some of the properties of the material. So that was very interesting. The thing is that when we were doing that, I always asked myself, well, what about if we can do this in three-dimensional? What about if we can do these nanowires interconnected and we can actually generate something that it is not a single nanowire that you have to go to a SCM or an AFM or something really tiny, really small to do a device out of that, because it will never gonna work in a real world. You will never have a device out of that. So it was something that was in my mind all that time. And when I have the time, because I mean I was at home with a baby, I decided to write my ERC. At that time, there were also a new program. It was, at that time, they were only the starting, they were not consolidator. So I decided to put all the information I have, all my knowledge, and I put it and I asked for the proposal and I got it. You have to have an interview, and that's it. And it was so funny because in a few years I passed from my little boat in a bay with transatlantics around, with people that were so knowledgeable and so good. And I was able to bring my transatlantic in the bay. I was able to bring my knowledge to the Institute. I was able to create my own research line. So when you are científico titular, then it's just a question of time and work to get the other positions. The time is not only that you are prepared. The time it comes because there are years that you have around, I don't know, 3 positions for the whole CSIC. Other years you have 32 or 50 or positions to step up, right? So going from científico titular to investigador científico, it was very fast for me. It was 2 years. Actually, I got the ERC in the middle, so I mean, it was easy. For the position from professor, it took more time because it is, there were no positions available for years. So at the end, I got it, and that's how I began to be a professor. Right now, I have a group of people that are very impressive. There are 22 people right now. We are quite big. Actually, we are doing very good science, I think. One of my first students, Christina, which is sitting there, she got a ERC consolidator, and she's back in the institute. Right now, I think we have 2 ERCs in the group. We have a lot of financial support. That's pretty much what I can tell you. I mean, I have many slides there, but I think pretty much this is the summary. I may have forgot things because I just put me notes in the slides, but I actually did it that way. In case you think I have something that I forgot, something that you want to know, or something that you want to ask, it is your time.
Thank you very much, Marisol. The presentation also, it was amazing. There were so many points. I took some notes for myself. Resilience beat the luck. I think it's a very key sentence. Having advocates, having people to talk to consult is very important. And you have this opportunity now in the networking time to reach out to Marisol, to Cristina Vicente, to the other mentors that we will introduce you to ask your questions, to go one-on-one and see that, because every journey is unique. Every journey to career is unique, and it could have different, basically, tricks to do it. And another very important point for the young people, also, it could be always remembering us, research is not a 9-to-5 profession. Yes, we need to have work-life balance. I mean, she had, with the baby, writing the ERC project, so you can imagine that. This is the work-life balance. Doesn't mean that, yes, the balance starts with the hours. The balance is among the navigation, and I think that you can ask more details in the networking time, and then being consistent, being resilient, that she explained to us. Thank you very much. So if you have any concrete question, please ask for the microphone. If you would like to chat more with Marisol and other mentors, we will have the networking brunch that you can enjoy the food and going around the mentors and ask. But we will have time for a short question, if there is any.
Thank you so much. I also like the resilience beats luck thing. And I wanted to ask you, well, you mentioned you tried 3 times for Científico Titular. How do you learn to deal with failure? Is it just motivation that pushes you forward, or?
Every failure teaches you something, right? I mean, you have to learn from failures. But that's something you do with your research. I mean, not every idea you have actually works. And you have to learn what you have done wrong, what you can improve, what maybe, I don't know, in the case of the position, what you can tell better, what you can present in a different way. And you learn from there. I mean, you have to take the failures, not as a failure, but as a learning.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Sorry. Thank you, Marisol. I love these personal talks, to be honest. It goes straight to my heart. But one particular question. You defined a very straight career path. But do you think there is a possibility to exit and come back?
Yes. Well, actually, one thing that you can do for the postdoc, and I really love the people that actually do that, is go to the industry and be back. Because then you have the knowledge of the two worlds. And I think that's very important, mainly if you want to do science that is applied to society and you want to do new things. I mean, in my case, I think I saw that in Berkeley because I was working with two engineering departments, and there they were developing prototypes. At that time, they were doing a prototype that I really, really, really love. It was like a small fly that actually it was going inside small channels and to rescue people. And it was very impressive. I mean, the type of things that they were doing in there. And I think I learned from there. But I think it's very important to also have the industrial knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you very much. Is there any fast question, or you will prefer to spend time more one-on-one talking to Marisol? So with that, another applause for Marisol Martin Gonzalez. So as you see, we have the mentor panel. These people can be indicated by their cards. We have young PIs, old established ones, middle career PIs. So you can go read their careers, their briefing about their careers in the hall, and then you can go and catch your mentor and make him talk to you. And we will appreciate if you can come back at 12:25 so we can be prepared for the International Talent Integration in Spain panel. Thank you. Very much for being on time, coming back to the salon. They told me that to repeat that there is no food or drink allowed inside the salon. Coming from the catering, of course, not in your own bottle you can drink. And so we have our first informal networking session. We are going to have another opportunity, so I hope that you have this warm-up session for next time going with more force. There is this thing in Spanish, they say, I don't know, in Spanish you have a word like enchufe, no? If you come with a connection. We don't have enchufe, but here we are to find enchufe. So take advantage of the networking and enchufarte. So I would like to introduce the next program, International Talent Integration in Spain. We are going to have 2 talks and then the panel discussion. Our first talk is by Alberto Espín. Is going to talk about academic career paths in Spain, funding opportunities for young people in the Spanish research landscape. And he's going to talk about Juan de la Cierva, Ramón y Cajal, La Caixa, and many funding opportunities that you have heard of. So, Alberto, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alberto Spin, manager of the International Talent Attraction in CSIC. Today I'm going to talk and present you the key points of the main goals for postdoctoral talent attraction at national, European, and private level related to the different stages from year 1 to year 4, being year 1 the more junior profile and year 4 senior. Elisa has explained this also well. You have led the way clear, I think. The aim is that in a few minutes per call, you can get an idea about the different career development possibilities. Sorry, one. Okay. Now, she has explained all this, but here we have a part of Career Path. Career Path is a document where you can find all the Spanish, European, and private funding. In this slide, you can see the Spanish opportunities. I'm going to talk about them. Juan de la Cierva, Ramón y Cajal, Atrae, etc., etc. European, MSCA post-fellowship, and ERC grant. And private opportunities, two, concretely, La Caixa in 2 calls, incoming and retaining, and Programa Ramón Areces for Spanish talent return. We begin with Juan de la Cierva. This is only in a few minutes per call, okay? I think that in CSIC we have a department for this type of questions. VAPC, maybe? Do you know something is VAPC? I think so. It's the department that they can answer you all the type of question in deep. I begin. Juan de la Cierva is a program for Spanish young researchers of any nationality that they want to incorporate in a Spanish center. The mainly requirements, you know, to hold a PhD, not have done the PhD at the same research group where you want to join. Sorry. And really important in the evaluation, the curricular merits and the scientific and technical records at the last 5 years of the research group where you want to join. If you see the slide, you can see the contract is for 3 years. And it's really important also the research expensive. You have the additional support in the slide. And it's important is, we say, the first step in the postdoctoral researcher career. Ramón y Cajal grant is one of the most important talent attraction call in Spain for researchers of any nationality with the objective of to obtain a permanent position. The contract is for 5 years and it has got 2 types of research expensive, a general one and a specific one from foreign talent. You have got the quantity in the slide. And it's very important in this call, the expensive, okay, the expenses, sorry. The expenses can be used to increase in salary, travel, conference, or to hire technical support. And finally, the most important reason is, only in my opinion, is the next. The commitment of the institution to create a permanent position in the research area inside public employment offer. Okay, today we've talked about the public employment offer, all these scientific skills. I know that it's clear more or less the mainly features about these calls. But in CSIC, Ramón y Cajal correspond to tenure scientist or científico titular. It's the equivalence, okay? For this, or for can apply after the 3rd year of the contract, you must obtain the Year 3 certificate from the State Research Agency. Elisa has explained this type of certificate before. And once done, you will have 25% of the position reserved as long as you pass the selection process. Okay? Consolidación investigadora. Consolidación investigadora is other call with a contract of 2 years. It's necessary also to have a year 3 certificate, and for me it's important to know that you have an opportunity to have a permanent position in the research area, okay, like you see in the slide. Finally, of the implements of the period ends, you have the opportunity to apply a permanent position. Attract contract grants. Attract is, together with Ramón y Cajal, one of the 2 most important national calls in Spain for researchers of any nationality, concretely established researchers. Unlike Ramón y Cajal, it's necessary to have lived in the foreign, in the origin country or abroad, at least in the last 5 years before the end of the period's action. It's an excellent program, mainly, in my opinion, for 2 reasons. A high salary during 3-4 years of the contract. You'll be able to direct to your own project as PI, including money for travel, hiring support, staff, and material. And the second reason is creation of the permanent position in the research field before the end of the period actions. If Ramón y Cajal correspond to científico titular, in the case of the CSIC, Attract can correspond to research scientist or research professor, depend the level or the profile of the researcher. In scientific scales, you know that there are 3 types of profiles: tenure scientist, research scientist, and research professor, being research professor the highest level. What is considered an established researcher? This. You must meet at least one of the following criteria. This is the 4 criteria. It's difficult to say exactly the features or which is considered, for example, to be in the top of the 10% in their field globally. Okay, you must lead at least one of them. For example, other criterion is to have active an ERC project, possess the highest level, academic level, or to have led as PI a significant number of projects in your research area. It's difficult to quantify. I recommend you that if you have any doubt, write email, okay, like you have below. Turning now for European calls, MCA post-fellowship and ERC grant. We have an international service that we can assessorate about this type of funding. Only I'm going to say the main features about these programs. In the case of MCA post-fellowship, it's a program for mobility to Europe. It's necessary to have a PhD, maximum X years, and to get or to the mobility rule is not to have lived more than 1 year in the last 3 years. Okay, it's important, this rule. There are 2 modalities, European postdoctoral fellowship and global postdoctoral fellowship. European is a call between 12 and 24 months. It's for researchers of any nationality who move to European Union country. And global postdoctoral fellowship is during 2 and 3 years. It's for researchers from European Union, move to a third country and to return in the last year. Okay, the requirements, ERC programs. Yes, next program, ERC grant, is the European Program Per Excellence. It has 3 modalities depending the experience: starting, consolidator, and advanced. The great advantage, in my opinion, apart prestige and high economic retribution, is the commitment on CSIC, as Ramón y Cajal and Attract, to create a permanent position in the research area. Totally 99 or 110% people who have got this type of program or funding, it gets this permanent position, okay? It's important to know it. Finally, regarding private funding opportunities, we have got the Ramon Areces program. Ramon Areces program is an excellent option to return Spanish talent. Okay, it's only for Spanish researchers in terms of salary and condition. It's very similar to a TRAE contract because the contract is for 5 years and exists the commitment also to create a permanent position in the research area. Sorry, next. At the same than a TRAE, it's so important to have lived and worked in foreign research centers for at least 5 years. The selection will do depending on the impact of the project on Spanish society and the scientific researcher career. For me, the negative note is the reduced number of grants in 2025, 2 in total. But my recommendation is you have a good project and go ahead. Sorry. No. That's La Caixa Foundation. Finally, the 2 calls of La Caixa, incoming and retaining. The incoming call includes funding in science areas like science, physics, mathematics, etc., with a contract of 3 years in research center with the category of excellence, Severo Ochoa, María de Maeztu. Between most important requirements, all nationality can apply if they haven't lived in Spain for more than 1 year in the 3 years before closing call. It's important to know that the contract is 3 years and mobility allowance, mobility housing, and there is also a rule mobility, not have resided in Spain for more than 1 year or 2 months in the last 3 years. It's important for this call. And finally, retaining call is exactly the same than incoming, exactly the same number of grants, with the difference that is for to retain the talent, because it's important to have lived, in this case, in Spain for more than 1 year in the 3 years before closing call. And also in this call, regard last, in this case, it's not necessary for the CSIC Research Excellent Center to apply. This is a comparative draw that I create between all the calls. I promise that I didn't use ChatGPT, promise, really. There are all the calls, Juan de la Cierva, Ramón y Cajal, La TRAE, La Caixa, okay, and you can see all the profiles being since year 1 to year 4. For example, Juan de la Cierva will be profile year 1. Ramón y Cajal is a profile year 2. You can see if you can apply. It's all for all nationalities except Ramón Areces program. And you have also the strengths. For example, Ramón y Cajal permanent position, La TRAE also permanent position, commitment to continuity. Okay, I think it can be a good idea to know if you must apply or it can be interesting. Links to competitive postdoctoral opportunities, okay, of this year. Ramón y Cajal, and nothing else. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alberto. We have time for short, concrete questions from the floor. If not, we can continue the questions while we are discussing in the panel. Is there any question?
Hi, Alberto. Thank you so much. Regarding the Ramón y Cajal, what is the position right now of the CSIC about the commitment of continuing the contract after the Ramón y Cajal? Do you have like a general position in the CSIC, or each institute decides by itself? Thank you.
The position in the CSIC is clear. Same that I say before that in the trial, all the commitment is totally in Ramon y Cajal until I know exactly the same, okay? If you have a Ramon y Cajal and you pass the third year and you obtain the Year 3 certificate, your center, I tell, is going to get a research position like a tenure scientist, okay, with your area profile. And I think if you have a good profile, a good knowledge, I think it's more than probably that you obtain it, almost in my opinion, at least in my opinion.
Thank you, Alberto. Alberto Espin, as Isabel Diaz said, also created a very useful webpage in CSIC for integration of the international students. It has all information, flow charts from the moment you come, you ask for residency, until information on which daycare you can put your child. You can find this information in these QR codes that we put in the salon, so you can get one of them and consult this information. Thank you very much, Alberto. I would like to have another applause for Alberto Espin. Our next short talk is by Paloma Caravantes, going to talk about Cesar Nambel Talent Attraction Grant. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm going to talk about the Talento de César Nombela. It's a very long name. So there are these grants that are given by the region of Madrid, by the Comunidad de Madrid, and they are called the Ayudas de Atracción de Talento Investigador César Nombela. So I thought it was useful to situate a bit my career path and to explain, because I had many of these postdocs. So the way in which I look at the César Nombela is in comparison to the other ones I had. I got my PhD at Rutgers University in US in 2019, and then I stayed there as a lecturer in the equivalent position of asociado here in Spain, basically part-time lecturer. So we were hired only for a subject to give a course, very precarious, no conditions. In US there was not even health insurance, so it was a very precarious position. And after that, I got the Juan de la Cierva to come to Complutense, to University of Complutense, the one that Alberto was talking now about. And this is what I consider basically a junior postdoc. He was referring to R1, R2, R3. The way in which I conceptualize it is the juniors and the senior postdocs. And as you will see in the Spanish system, there are like these two levels of postdocs to establish and to initiate a career path. After the Juan de la Cierva, I got a Marie Curie. I actually had gotten before, but I was able to postpone the starting date, and I will explain now, because this is one of the elements that you might want to consider. Because in order to come from other country to Spain, there are different ways. There are some grants that allow you to do it if you do the move immediately, and there are other grants that allow you to apply for them once that you are already in Spain, like the César Nombela, and I will explain now that. And yes, and I finished the Marie Curie. I had to finish it early because I had to start the César Nombela that I got for the CSIC. And I started in February of 2025. And meanwhile, I was also applying for one of these positions at the CSIC of the Científica Titular, tenure scientist, that I got. And I just been named like recently, like 2 weeks ago. Okay, so I didn't finish the César Nombela. But I can explain a bit about the program. So what is the César Nombela program? It's basically a program that is thought, the description is for experienced researchers with an outstanding international track record, regardless of nationality, so it can be any nationality, into universities or research organizations in Madrid, public or private. So why this is important? When they mean outstanding international track record, is that normally they mean that they are postdoc senior. So it's more equivalent to the Ramon y Cajal than to the Juan de la Cierva. Okay, if that makes sense. There are all these areas. I was competing in the human and social processes that, as you can see, they are very wide, but I don't know if they really cover all the areas that are here. So you need to see. I know there are sometimes some disciplines that always stay in the fringes, so I don't know how comprehensive they are. So what are the key features? So in Spain there are different postdocs, and one of the main differences is whether you apply as an individual or you apply with an institution. So, for instance, the Ramón y Cajal, you apply as an individual. It's given to you, and then you can move it to anywhere, and you can basically go to the institutions, and institutions normally are very interested in having Ramón y Cajal, so you negotiate with your Ramón y Cajal. There are other postdocs that you apply to in connection to the institution. And that, in my opinion, for international people or for people that come from outside, can be a big barrier, because you need to know people. People need to sponsor you. So you need to know people in departments, for instance. The Juan de la Cierva, a department needs to approve your application. So either you establish, or you are fantastic and the department really wants you, or you had established a relationship before, and that can be a barrier for people that do not know the system, okay? In the case of the César Nombela, you also need to be the institution is the applicant. Then you do your own application, you write your project, you write everything, but the institution, in my case, it was the Institute for Public Policy, the IPP in the Social Sciences Center here at CSIC. They supported my application. And actually, I went through an internal process. I had to present first to them, convince them to support me, otherwise I would not have been able to apply for this. Okay, so this is an important difference to understand. In the Marie Curie, it's the same. Actually, if some of you have written or look at a Marie Curie application, you need to write 10 pages, and of those, a big part is about the institution, how the institution is going to be a host institution, you're going to collaborate with someone, so it's really, really connected to an institution. While the Ramón y Cajal, as I was saying, is not. In the case of the mobility, here you need to document, first of all, it needs to be documented research activity, so it needs to be paid. So it cannot be that you are in a visiting position in a university abroad, non-paid. It needs to be something that is paid and you have a contract, so you need to prove it. I had to show my contracts at Rutgers. Basically, I had to show how I've been working as a lecturer at Rutgers. And it was okay that it was not, because as a part-time lecturer, I did research and I published at the time, but I was not hired as a researcher, and it was okay. I got it. Okay? And you need to do it for at least 2 years within the last 5 years. Why I was saying that there are differences in the type of grants? Because this allowed me to apply while I was in Spain. I had already returned to my country. I was already here in Spain. I had done the Juan de la Cierva. I think I'm not sure I had already started the Marie Curie or something like that, and I could apply already. Why? Because I was just in the limit, basically. In the last five years, I count months, and just about, I was able to do it. You know, because I had been basically enough in Spain, but not enough to disconnect from my foreign background. So in a way, I believe that this allows you a second stage of return that the Marie Curie does not allow so much, because the rule about the 12 months in the 3 years is more rigid. Then, another element is that and this is one of the, I think, one of the shortcomings of the César Nombela, is the incorporation. You need to basically enter. Actually, I had a problem because I was scheduled to teach in Complutense, and they didn't allow me to postpone the entry. I needed to, as soon as the resolution was official, I had to start working in the new center in 3 months. I asked for postponing that to 6 months to be able to teach, and they denied. So, you know, and this for people that had to do a full international move, not so easy. I was already in Madrid, so it was inconvenient because I couldn't teach at Complutense, but it was not a big deal. But if you are in another country and you need to come and to do the full move, not so easy. Okay? While in Marie Curie, in Ramón y Cajal and Juan de la Cierva, they normally allow you to start up to the September of the following year. So, for instance, my Marie Curie, I was able to continue a bit more of the Juan de la Cierva, and I can explain later why I was interested to continue with Juan de la Cierva instead of Marie Curie, despite the money, because trust me, it's not the same money. But it was interesting for me career-wise. I can explain later why. I was able to postpone the Marie Curie up to this September to basically prolong the Juan de la Cierva. And the reason why is because the Juan de la Cierva allowed me to be in other projects. And I explain that later. Well, the Marie Curie does not allow you to do any other projects. So the features is 5 years of funding, salary, and research funds. This is a big deal. I was interested to hear that Juan de la Cierva now has research funds. When I got the Juan de la Cierva, there was no research funds. So we need to pay the conferences out of our own pocket or convince the projects to try to fund. So of those research funds, I put an asterisk on 5 years, and I will explain now why, because there is a big trick in the Spanish system. Of the research funds, you basically have things for hiring, for equipment, for consumables, the usual things, for conferences. What is the difference and why this is senior? This is considered more a senior postdoc. For instance, the hiring. If you want to create a path research, like a career in Spain, hiring is fundamental because it's going to be considered then, it's going to give you points later in leadership, for the R3, for the sexennials, for all the accreditation, is what is going to prove that you are a leader, basically. So in order to be able to basically to apply for other projects and to hire people or to be in supervision of whatever model you want, like undergrad students that are working with you, MA students, but to be able to do that, in Spain, then it will be fundamental. And these are the things that I think we will talk later about the roundtable. Like, in order to do a career in Spain, you need to understand what are the things valued in the Spanish system. And to be honest, try to do checks. You know? That's, like, this is my main advice to everyone. You want to do a career here, learn first what is valued here, and make sure that in all these categories you have, you try to point. Why I was saying the 5 years asterisk? Why? Because there is a law in Spain that says that you have some of the postdoc contracts, you have them with something called the Article 22. Article 22, you can have only in total 6 years. What happens? That if you have, like me, a Juan de la Cierva, in the Marie Curie, I managed to escape the Article 22. I really did my best to avoid it because I knew that it was counting down towards this limit of the 6 years. So because I have a Juan de la Cierva for a year and 7 months, it's written there, I made a mistake with the 4 years. So I had a Juan de la Cierva for 1 year and 7 months. Because it was counting down to the 6 years, I could only have a César Nombela for 3 years and 5 months. You see what I mean? Because both are with the Article 22. This, obviously, is something that is completely opaque. Nobody tells you. You just get a contract. You know, and suddenly you are facing the human resources of the university or the research institute, and they tell you, no, but we cannot give you the 5 years that they promised because you have already fulfilled the elements. These are the type of information that I think is important for people to understand. Why? It doesn't, I mean, it's fantastic, you have 6 years, but you need to count on them and you need to basically plan. It's the same situation that in universities, that you have a top of ayudante doctor, that is the assistant professor for 5 or 6 years, or 6, I think. Which means that if you don't manage to get tenure in the university where you are doing it, you cannot get another assistant in another university. You see? So there are these rules of the Spanish system, I think they are important, and they are opaque because you have won a grant with a funding application and you don't know nothing about what is going to be your legal contract. Okay? If I didn't explain myself, then you ask me, okay? I think I tried. This was super opaque for me. So it took me a while and a lot of conversations with the Complutense administration to try to understand all these contorted rules. Okay. Why the César Nombela is a senior postdoc, and why is the career impact? First of all, it allows you teaching, which in the CSIC is not so important, but if you are in universities, it's super important. Why? Because you need to start to add hours to then do the accreditation, in order to then be accredited as the next figures in the professors. So I don't know if you all want to stay in the CSIC, but if some of you want to go to university, you need to consider this. Like, if you get one of these postdocs and they offer you to teach and you want to focus on your research and don't want to teach, think twice, because maybe it's not such a bad idea to get one course every year and start to add in hours. Because then in the accreditation system, that I don't know if they talk you, I don't know how familiar you are with the accreditation system, we can talk later, they will ask you that. In the case of, it was the same as Ramón y Cajal, and in the case of Juan de la Cierva and Marie Curie, it's only 80 hours. Then, why is important? Because it's compatible with other grants and projects. The Marie Curie was not. In our type of, like in research careers, being able to be part of projects is super important. Like, you are of different projects. It's not only you do only your project, you collaborate on something there, here. You need to be able to be team member of other teams, you know, of other research teams. And this is something fundamental of the senior postdocs. They allow you to do that. And it's very realistic of the career development on the academic career development. While the Marie Curie didn't allow you. And yeah, And this is also important for networking, obviously, because we know that the people we know in projects then will be maybe the colleagues of future projects. Then there is a salary increase with the R3 certificate. And the R3 or I3? I never remember when they switched the name, but yeah, R3, no? Yeah. The certificate, I think they talked to you about, no? That's super important for accreditation and for stabilization. In the case of the CSIC, it allows you, with the Ramón y Cajal, as Alberto was saying, is what allows you to basically go to the stabilization process. Okay, César Nombela, what happens? It's a senior postdoc, but it's not written in the grant that there is retention. So there is no commitment, like the Ramón y Cajal ask the institutions to commit to at least open the position for the researcher once that they finish or once that they get the R3 certificate. The Nombela does not do it. So in that sense, it's not as good as the Ramón y Cajal, obviously, because you don't have the commitment. But there are institutions that are taking it as a Ramón y Cajal and are actually offering that stabilization. Currently, administration of the CSIC is one of them. So I will not have got the position in the concurso, like in the, how it's called, sorry, in the opening place that I did in January of last year. I would have been able to, with the R3, negotiate that they open a position for me in 3-4 years. What happens? That this is this current administration or this current situation. If the economic situation changes, obviously, the Ramón y Cajal has much more leverage because it's written on the grant itself. While here it's not written on the grant itself, it depends on the commitment of the institution. Do I explain myself? Yeah? Make sense? Okay. Yeah, and that's all about the César Nombela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paloma. It was super informative. So the points Paloma mentioned for the regional grants, it also applies to Atracción de Talento or other regional grants that might be funded by the region of Catalonia or the region of Basque Country. So every region also have these type of talent attractions that if you are interested not to stay only in Madrid, it's also a good opportunity to look for those. But as Paloma mentioned, it's very important to make sure that your institution also applies for those because it's not only the call. So don't waste your time going for the call that you don't know where you're landing in. So you need to do lots of study on that. And believe me, also ChatGPT don't understand the Spanish BOE. So you really need to talk to someone in the institution, write emails, ask. It is impossible to understand that document also for the experts. So it is very important to keep the connections, to ask the questions. If there is no concrete, I'm sure you have lots of questions from Paloma, but perhaps it's better to put it in the panel. If there is a very short, concrete question from Paloma, we go for that. If not, I will invite the panel to come to the stage. Okay, so with that, we will have an applause for Paloma. Thank you very much. Yes, please. I would like to invite again Alberto Espín, Ángel Cipres, and María, perdona que María Puerto, for joining the panel, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Sara. Sorry. ¿Quieres que hagamos preguntas? Cada vez que hago una pregunta. Te paso un vaso de agua.
¿Sí? Vale. ¿Qué tal? Encantado. ¿Qué tal? Perdón.
Thank you very much, Saba, for organizing this and inviting me to present this table. My name is María del Puerto Morales. It's a very strange name, also for the Spanish. And I am professor at the Institute of Material Science in Madrid. We have here Alberto, Ángel, and Paloma. Thank you for participating in this panel. I want to say that this panel looks at the process of arriving in Spain or returning after time abroad, and I think it's a very important time to build your scientific... sorry. I didn't realize. To build your scientific and academic career, no? And it's very often a very difficult period, both from the professional and also from the personal life. In my case, I came back from England after 2.5 years working in a very well-funded system in England with a stable salary, and I moved to a temporary contract in Spain with 1/3 of the salary, and also with limited options in the career. I really only saw that my solution was to get a position as scientist in the CSIC. This was 25 years ago, so now I think there are many more possibilities, and I think the questions I want to present you is what are practical aspects and difficulties in incorporating international staff, also people coming back, in your opinion, and how can we improve this? You can give me just your opinion, no, more than something established. What do you think are the main difficulties of incorporating the people after being abroad?
Okay, I think one of the most important points in this question is immigration. First, I think that the arrival procedure to Spain for the foreign researchers, in my opinion, really works well. All can improve. But I think in this sense, we must differentiate between European Union researchers and people from third country. European Union researchers can live and work in Spain without a license, while people from third country need a resident and work license, and in a lot of cases, a research visa and a consulate. One of the main difficulties is which must be the first way of consult. If consulate or unit personnel of the CSIC or the center the host center. In my opinion, the second choice. Okay, why? Because this way you'll know the choice depending the type of relation that you're going to have with your institution. Contract, agreement, stay, etc., etc. If you go first at the consulate, it's probably that they recommend you not the best choice for your situation. I'm going to give an example. In Spain, we have an international law that really works very well, in my opinion. And the organism UGE from the Social Security resolves these issues in 20 business days. And once you have the documents, sometimes the researchers go first to the consulate and they recommend other visa called visa 3. For example, this is really a problem. Why? Because visa 3 for foreign researchers is also valid for this type of situation, but it takes longer in the practical, and also is a visa that the institution can lose the control. For me, in my opinion, if you have both choices, you must always choose UGE license, okay? But first ask your host institution before to go at the consulate, my recommendation. I'm going to put other example. In PhD people that come to Spain during 4 years contract or to do a stay, there are two types of license for people from same country, a study license or UGE license, the same than I taught before. If people go to the consulate first, it's probably that they recommend a study license while UGE license. This is a great problem because two reasons. First, with a study license, if you reside in Spain, this time that you're living in Spain don't count towards the future residents. And second, this license also allows to work during 30 hours per week. It's only as part-time, and when you're doing a PhD, the contract is for full-time, 40 years per week. Okay, I think that this is a great problem. It must be solved. And in my opinion, the possible solution is always two. First, institutional coordination between institutions, like a consulate and the host center. And two, first, ask always your host center before to go the consulate, please. Okay. Finally, about this topic or issue, foreign researchers have got difficulties to get an European certificate or TA card. In both cases, it's very, very difficult, or for not to say impossible, to get an appointment. Okay, and I think it's important that when people arrive to Spain and finish the process, this type of issues, or this type of procedure must be automatically. Okay, in my opinion, you finish the process, and if the researcher has to do all the process to get an appointment in the police, it's difficult for him or for her that to obtain it. In a lot of cases, maybe there are 2-3 months, I don't know to say how many time for to get this type of process, no? Finally, I want to comment other problem for me and potential solution is the PhD equivalence title from abroad. In this case, each university has got their own procedure and documents. Sometimes it's a problem because people from third country or European Union, there are documents that don't exist in their origin country. And if you don't offer a substitute or any documents that you can use, after it goes to be impossible to apostille or legalize and translate. And in my opinion, it's very, very important that to offer alternatives or other potential solution in this type of things. Finally, I think that nowadays it's very important, for example, that the European Union titles must be recognized automatically. Okay, we're working in this. I wait, or I hope so that in a few months, or I don't know, it can be a reality. Finally, to conclude, we want to say that in CSIC, we have got a buddy program for newcomers. It's from postgraduate CSIC department. It's a program for these people that they can be guided in their first steps, like barriers like languages or this type of question that it's always difficult when you arrive in another country and you don't know all the procedure and the circumstance.
Thank you, Alberto. Paloma.
Thank you. So I would like to say two main things. One is going to build upon some that Alberto was saying. And the first, it looks very simple, very stupid, but language. It's like many countries have English as a second language, and that enables a lot of researchers to start, and for instance, to even start teaching in English, and then down the road, you need to learn the language of the country. But people who do not speak Spanish find a lot of barriers at the beginning. There is a lot of informal conversations that will help a lot, but the people that have those informal conversations do not speak English. So it looks like a stupid thing, but it might have an impact, obviously, because in other countries, you go to Nordic countries and you can start all the processes in English, and then down the road, you want to learn Finnish, great, learn Finnish, but you see what I mean, but you are able to get started. While in Spain, it's much more difficult. The second element that refers a bit to what Alberto was talking about the PhD equivalence is what I consider these two, basically how to say, the bureaucracy, and these two parallel lines in the Spanish career about the labor. Like normally when you go to other universities, other countries, you apply for a university and you don't care so much about what are all the legal requirements of the ministry. You are being hired. You go to US and you get hired by a university. You don't need to know about all the legal requirements that happen in that state for your employment to happen. And here there are like two paths. No? You have basically you can apply for a job, but then sometimes you need an accreditation. So you need to know that you need to go to a ministry to get an accreditation in order to apply for a certain position, for instance, or the equivalence of the PhD. You know that in order to access certain positions, you need to have your title be recognized by another university. And that is a very weird system, because if you will say, okay, there is a national, you go to the ministry and you apply for the equivalence of the PhD. No, you need to go university by university. The fact that there is not a standardization make it very lengthy, the process, because you need to look at each program. What are the requirements? There are some programs that require translation, some that don't. Some that require certificate of grades, some that don't. And then there is the lovely universe of the apostille, the Hague apostille. That is, I don't know if you are familiar with that. If you have a degree outside the European Union, you need this system, legalization, certification that basically says that, yeah, indeed, you have that title. So you need to apply for this. It's like a stamp of it looks very medieval, and this Hague apostille that you require. And any of us that before it was basically European Union, now it's also UK. Like I know a lot of people that did their PhD in UK 5 years ago didn't need that, now they need it with Brexit. So, there is all this complex system of elements that you need. And for instance, with the equivalence of the PhD, I've been told literally the problem of having lack of standardization is that then you depend on people. I've been told literally in our program, do not do it in this university because the coordinator that does the equivalence for that specific programs does not answer the emails from the last 2 years. Do never even try. And that university was very accessible because they didn't require a certificate of grades, they didn't require translation, so it was perfect for that person. So now we need to find another one because the coordinator that does that is missing. This is the problem when we don't have standardization, that we really depend on specific elements. And then the problem is that it's very, very opaque, basically. And so I think that programs, like you were saying, like support, like the solutions, because we are not going to change the full Spanish system. So at least institutions should get offices to get support, basically, to help, by now, I would be able to write a full PowerPoint of elements or a full document of all the advices that I will give. Like start by this, make sure, for instance, the equivalence normally minimum takes 6 months. So what is one of the elements that happen when positions open at the CSIC, that the ones that are opening now? I think that in the last call, they have withdrawn this requirement, but I'm not sure. Yes, no? Yeah, but until now, the people I knew from institutes of the CSIC will say, the first thing they started the conversation is like, before I ask you whether you are interested in coming, do you have the equivalence of the PhD? Because otherwise, don't even try. Because the opening is going up, you are going to have 1 month to apply, and you will never get in time the equivalence. You see? So these are the elements that we need to start to address. So I will say that, to me, basically, language, even though it looks small, and then bureaucracy, like the 2 parallel bureaucratic systems that we have. The labor one, the institutions, universities hiring, and then the ministry. The accreditation, the sexennials, the equivalence of the PhD, like all these elements that you require in order to enter in the labor places. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Angel.
Okay, last one, so many things already said, but I would like to maybe wrap up. First thing, because it's true, when you want to move from one country to another country, you need to face difficulties, you need to do paperwork, blah, blah, blah. But the message here is internalization is good for your careers, and this is important. So don't be afraid of going abroad just because it's going to take a bit of work. And how can be the road or the way properly done? You need to plan ahead. This is important, all right? And you need to work in advance with your host institution, your future host institution. And this is not new. Sometimes we always say, oh, nowadays the bureaucracy is crazy. Yeah, bureaucracy is always been crazy. I moved from Madrid. I did my PhD in the CMB here at CSIC, and I moved to San Diego in California in 2003. Okay, I started to send my first email to the laboratories that I was interested on in November 2001, a bit more than 1 year before. I interviewed my laboratories that were for my interest in February 2002. And then I landed in San Diego in 2003, in January. So it was 1 year or more than 1 year, and everything were fine. And then, all the visa and all the application for the immigration process in USA is also complex, because it was fine because I worked 1 year in advance. And this is important. Don't wait till the last month of your contract and your current fellowship to start thinking about where now I want to go. That's a mistake, because you are going to face too much bumps in the road, all right? Because then there are plenty of things that you will face, stupid things sometimes and important things. In general, there are 2 types of problems, the ones that the host institution needs to manage and the ones that you as a person need to manage. You need to go to the consulate, not the institution, but the institution needs to do all the paperwork. And many times the information must be shared, and this is important. Please don't do in your own, or don't take in your own steps thinking that this is just to gain time without informing your host institution. That's not a good idea, because then you will find that maybe even in the consulates, they give you advice that is not really focused or proper, unfortunately. So I don't want to repeat the problems, but it's true that everything can be done if you contact your host institution with time. And you have actually a clear idea. This is important. You need to have a plan for your scientific career. All right, move to a different country is not, I want to try 2 months, and if it doesn't work, I'm back. You can do if it doesn't work, but it's not the ideal situation. Do your homework. Today, there's plenty of information. If you want to go to another country, look for information in the country, in the city you want to live, in the institution you want to go, if they have support or not, if you will have other colleagues. There are Spanish people all around. So many times, and I'm sure that some Germans, UK, doesn't matter. If you go to another country, people from your country probably is going to be there. Ask them, because they already go through all this process.
Thank you. I agree with you that it's a great experience to be abroad and to live for some time and to work in another laboratory. But there are some difficulties of documents and languages, but things are, I think, are getting better now. From the CSIC, we have very good support. When I tried to contract a foreigner, I really got a very, very good support. So thank you. My next question goes to the next step. Once you are in the system, you got one of these contracts. What do you think is the main limitation on the progress of your career? What do you think, Alberto?
Well, career development is not my mainly topic that I associate every day, no, but I think one limit for the foreign researchers is the safety and knowledge. I think is the first limit. For that, it's very important that for foreign researchers that always then came or arrive to their host center, ask people about the funding opportunities that I've explained before, and for to know in the future which are the possibilities to get or obtain the permanent position inside in their area profile. Other important issue is the salary and the recognized in Spain over work years abroad, like where we know quinquennios and sexennios. And in this sense, one question that I at the beginning I surprised for me, the researchers always speaks with me and say, how many will I earn if I'm hired or am I civil servant? No. It's difficult. I'm sorry, it's not a question that we don't want to say a reply, no, but to say exactly is very difficult because it depends a lot of circumstances like taxes, individual situations, allowance, productivity, among others. A little bit solutions. Our vice president has created a spreadsheet, Excel. No binding, it's true that no binding, to know this question for possible civil servant based in the fixed components for the different scientific scales and number of quinquennios and sexennios. Okay, we can calculate more or less how many will you earn in the future if you obtain a tenure scientist, research, or full professor. It's not binding, but it's a first step in this sense, no? And regard to increased salary, all we know that's a structural problem, no? And we coincide in this compared with other countries, but it's difficult, okay? If you're a civil servant, you have a permanent position, but it's difficult regarding the budget, okay? If you are a civil servant and you increase the salary to the level of the foreign countries, you must do it all for other civil servant positions like lawyers, like administrative. It's difficult, no? If you're hiring, in this case, you'll earn more, but you haven't a permanent position, no? Which is the best option to combine the best of both, no? Okay, but finally, some researchers suffer the difficulties when they want to recognize the quinquennios and sexennios. Okay, it's not. I don't know this in deep, no, but I think it's important that there is more flexibility in this case with the paperwork that don't exist in their origin country. It's, I think it's a good idea to implement this type of measures.
Okay, thank you. Paloma, what's your opinion?
I will say that is what I was saying before. I think the main issue is that there are some rules of what is the academic career in Spain. And you will see across different agencies, across different postdocs, there are these big fields that are recognized. Leadership, internationalization, the contribution you do to the science. And there are these areas that they are similar to what is considered in other countries because the academia is kind of standardizing very much across countries, but they're also very specific here. So more than challenge, my main advice is learn since the beginning what is going to be important, because when you apply for a position in university, you will be evaluated according to those metrics. If you apply for a position here at CSIC, you can see now there are opening now, and you can see in the BOE what are the characteristics, and you are evaluating in these categories. So know where are the categories you are going to be evaluated. There are some things that look obvious. You want to, obviously, to publish, and that's obvious. We know that you need to publish. But there are others that are not so obvious, and that you can basically start to reinforce your possibilities to have an academic career by doing those. Try to learn what are those, basically. The leaderships, small things like lead committees, chair panels at conferences. Try to be in, there is this part of the service that nobody talks about in academia that you need to do to make sure that you are able to do it, because then when you try to be in a competitive position, like, you will be able to show that you were able to do these things. That will explain, for instance, I'm doing now the sexennios because I can apply finally, after many years not being able to apply for the postdocs, which is another battle in this country, I finally can apply for sexennios. It has a specific language. It took me only a week to understand what is the language of sexennios, how you need to present it, what are they ask, what they ask. It's just a system, and you need to learn the system. So that will be my main. Do not assume that this is like any other country you come from, you've been from. Just learn the system. This has a specific logics. And then there is something that we don't like to talk too much, and I know it's ugly, but then this is a country where there are some informal rules, there are some endogamy, and there is some assumptions on what you are supposed to do in certain positions. Learn those two. Like, for instance, you are in a department, you have a postdoc, you are in a university department, and you are allowed to teach. Well, teaching not only is good for your career, it's also good for the people in the department to like you. People that might be later in your committee to choose, to select you as a position, And you will say, like, but that's crazy. It's like, well, no, there are these informal rules. You have proven service to the department. You have basically reduced the teaching load of someone, and maybe that someone later is in the committee. This country moves a lot in informal relationships. To be honest, a lot of countries do. It's not a specific thing of Spain. There are dynamics in departments everywhere in the world. But here there are. So be aware of those. Be aware that there are some informal rules, and that there is not always a positive approach for some of the Spanish, how I say it a little politely. There is not always a positive approach for the Spanish academics towards international backgrounds. Sometimes they are not considered as well as we will consider. I think it's fantastic. I did all my career abroad, and I come back, and I love it, and I think internationalization is one of the main things for science and for moving forward in academia. But not everybody thinks like that. consider when you are moving around. That would be my advice.
Thank you very much, Paloma. Now, Angel.
Okay, so here I will have two messages here. First one, it's just to give a different vision. I think in the European, even USA and Occidental system, there is a systemic problem of different timing in the scientific careers of the researchers. So let's say in UK, it's not uncommon that with 30, 32 years old, you may get a position as assistant professor. In Spain, with 30, 32 years, you are trying to get your Juan de la Cierva, which is the entry level, to start in the scientific career. And this is a problem. In the middle, you have everything. If you go to Germany, it's between. If you go to countries in north of Europe, it's a bit different. But it's true that when you want to have an international scientific career, you face this difficulty. So the systems are not in phase. And of course, nobody wants to step back if you want to move from a country that is faster to go to a country that is slower. And this is a difficulty, specific difficulty for us in Spain. It's difficult to attract people of 35 years old that has success in UK or USA, because probably for them it's going to be difficult to offer something equivalent here at that state. Can be done, but it's difficult, and I agree that this is a difficulty. So second, I want to be provocative here. So I think that we are sometimes concentrating too much in the stabilization war. I mean, long time ago, I stopped thinking about my type of contract, otherwise you get crazy. I concentrate into my part as good as I can and go to the best place that I find to do my scientific plan or my career plan. In this case, I stayed 15 years in the bench, working as a PhD student, postdoc, and then 15 years ago, I moved for the scientific management in another institution. So I have both visions on the two worlds. And for me, sometimes, young people think too much in, okay, this institution has better conditions in the long term, this one also, so I go to this one. Well, this could work or not, because it depends on your plan. One simple example. If you work in the life sciences or biomedical sciences, anyone want to go to the EMBL, which is a great institution. But doesn't matter if you are a PI or a postdoc, nobody works more than 9 years in the EMBL by their own rules, and you need to move away. And doesn't mean that the MBL is a bad institution. Of course, it's one of the best. But because if you go to the EMBL, even if you do a good work, your next step is guaranteed. And this is important. You need to go to best places and don't think too much in type of contracts, because type of contract is a nightmare, as it was explained before. But what is with you is what you learn. And what can do? If you go to a new institution and you want to get hired, they won't ask about your type of contract. They will ask about what do you want to do here, what do you know to do, and what's your plan for my institution. And this is the important thing. So this is how you can plan a scientific career that have more chances to be successful.
Thank you very much. I partially disagree with you, because
That's
I think
to be provocative.
to do a good science needs some stability.
Of course.
I think if not, you are looking, I mean, you can find results, good results, if your salary depends on that. So I think some stability is needed.
Of course, and I wanted to be provocative, as I said, and of course, a system that doesn't provide some kind of, I would say more than stabilization, which is also true, security or a clear plan. I mean, what is difficult is to plan when you don't know what to plan, because the system is have a lot of uncertainties. That's a problem, because to do a plan, of course, you need to know where to go, and that's important, and I agree with that. But I'm here that I was working for 15 years in an institution with a permanent position that I just say bye-bye to join my new position, pay with the Ramon Severo Ochoa contract. And I don't mind. And I'm not a permanent employee in the public system, but I'm happy with the work I'm doing, and I know that my institution is happy with me. And that's the important thing. And of course, it's true that the system must be solid. I totally agree.
So my next question goes first to you, because you are the director of the Scientific Strategy and Management Unit at the CNB. So do you think an option for the scientists is also now going into manager and I would say the gestión, no? Is the of the science? No?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And of course, here I am. So I worked 15 years as a scientist and now 15 years as a scientific manager or research manager. And it can be done. Nowadays, everyone knows that the laboratories has a lot of work. PI really is plenty of work. Has to do research, has to supervise theses, has to review papers, review projects, do plenty of things. And to write a nice proposal for a big call takes time. It takes a lot of time. And actually now there are many different aspects in the proposal that are not necessarily directly scientific aspects, but are also important. If you don't do that part well, you don't get the grant. And this is important. So for me now, the management unit in the institutions as equivalent and the technical units. I mean, a laboratory, if you are in an excellent institution, needs two types of support, the technical ones through the technical units and the management one. And we at CNB provide this part of the management, so we want to save time, make things clear for the PI, try to focus from the beginning how to write the proposal, because many times when you are realizing that the proposal is not properly written, it's too late, and you don't have time to, especially now that many projects are consortium, and you need to coordinate with another groups in different countries. You cannot, in the last minute, to modify that because it doesn't work. So yes, management is important, and I think that a mixture of people that comes from the bench and people that are more specialists from the beginning in their careers in the management area is a good mixture. Because, of course, my vision, when I speak with the PIs, I can connect easily because I know how it works in the laboratory. I know how to run a laboratory because I've been in the laboratory for 15 years. So I can communicate with them. But of course, I need support from other people with different expertise. At the end, management is difficult. And I of course, get a lot of support from the centralized services as CSIC, which I really appreciate. And I think this ecosystem or environment is important for the institutions.
Did you ever consider, Paloma, to go through this route?
Not really, but I will, but I will fully 100% agree that management is crucial now in the institutions. I think what is giving the edge of certain institutions, certain universities, is whether they have a research office, for instance, whether they have all those offices to give support for proposals, for if I will want, and at the future I want to apply for ARC or I want to apply for Horizon, all the European fundings, I need support from the institution. So that will be a decision for me to go to an institution or another, whether they have. And people that are deciding what institution, I will really suggest you to check whether they have this type of support. They have a research office that really gives, because now it became one of the main hurdles to handle. Yes, and maybe in the future I end up there, I don't know.
I think maybe the scientists need some special course, no, to learn.
Yeah, that's important. And in my case, for instance, when I was working, after working 5 years in the institution I started at CENIC, which is in Madrid, working as a scientific manager, I decided that I need to learn more skills because at the end you need to manage people. You are in the middle of many things. It's not easy to manage people. So I did one year course in the AI Business School of Management, which actually was very helpful for me.
Thank you. Alberto, you want to say something, add something?
I agree with my colleagues, no? But in my case, I want to do this question, maybe adding some new information. In my case, collaboration between researchers and the management staff must be, in my opinion, very close. With the objective that the researchers can be focused on their work. For that, they can help by the management staff in issues like that we've talked today, like foreigners, equivalence, etc., etc. And I want to say that I want to talk about another thing. There's a community of practice, for example. In my case, is very important. In this case, we have a community practice, like Elisa knows, in Euraccess about foreign processes. In my case, it helps me a lot because sometimes I've got cases really difficult. A while ago, you remember that a case during how many times? 3-4 months. It was crazy, really was crazy, and finally it can be solved thanks to the support of Euraccess and this community. In my case, my office also works with another community practice, is interministerial commissions of visados with other ministries like Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Police, Social Security. For my office, it's very important to be here because there are a lot of cases, for example, at issues like visas that is practically impossible to resolve if you don't know anybody at the consulate that can help you. And finally, the conclusion in this case is that this type of community of practice or groups encourage solutions and collaboration between institutions, and all the issues that I comment in my first question.
I think it's also a very interesting option for the students or researchers.
Yeah, I had a lot of cases, for example, regarding visa. Okay, you follow all the steps that the procedure and is traffic impossible to resolve is okay, contact me. I explain it, my contact, and in all the cases it can be solved positive. Really all.
Thank you. Elisa, we have a question there?
Working? Yes. More than a question is just to make a point here, because you raise a very, well, two things. Whenever you move around Europe, look for Euraccess. You know, it's not only Spanish Euraccess, it's Czech Euraccess, German Euraccess, Austrian Euraccess. And it really depends on the country how the network works. The Spanish network is one of the biggest one, actually it's the biggest one, with 116 Euraccess centers. The CSIC is one of them. I mean, Alberto is there. We work together, and they will able to support you. You know, if they will, yeah, not only within the hardcore mobility issues that we have called like entry conditions and so on, but also how the funding opportunities were, how the system were, because it's very complicated in many cases. You dare about, I mean, you name Spanish system complicated. I dare you with the German one. I've been there 5 years. So regarding that, please use Euraccess. We are all connected, community of practices and so on, also in career development support services. But then going to the research manager, yeah, there is a possibility to transition career, but it's not a research career. It's a research manager career. It's a new profession. It is true that not many of you know it because there is no unofficial master to become a research manager yet. In fact, we work a lot with these research managers. There are from many types, not only European projects, they do innovation, they do internationalization in terms of human resources, career development, open science, research integrity, as so many of them supporting the whole research. So if you are interested in that, of course, it's easy. Research managers work next to you. So ask them, you know, how they became. But if you think that research career is not very well sometimes defined, well, research manager is even a little bit quick. But I think, sorry, Angel, you name it. Sometimes it's not so much about stability. Sometimes it's about finding positions that you like. And of course, I agree that you always need to know, you cannot be searching for every 2 years for a new position that can kill any endeavor, you know, whatever is research management or whatever is research, and especially research, it has a very deep consequences.
Thank you very much. I think now we can open the questions to the public. I have one question más, but I will leave it for the end if we have time. And,
Sure. Thank you very much. Is there any question from the floor? Sure.
Hello. Can you hear? Yeah. So I'm a little bit undercovered here because I'm not a researcher, but I work for like career development. They basically hired me in my institute to create the unity of talent and career development there. So, but I just really wanted to thank everything that you have said today has been very helpful for me to basically like create the basis. But I really, from before, from the previous talks, I have some data that you mentioned that, like explaining about how difficult it can be, the system and the issues that we have. I think it was Marisol that also mentioned like the 45% of people that are starting, they leave, you know, like, so I wanted really to know from your point of view, what do you think we can do from an inside point, like from what are the like critical points that we can tackle inside of the research institutes, if you know what I mean? Because it's a lot of barriers that we can't really deal with, like the administration, or we can, but like it's some things that are very difficult to change. But I wanted to know, like from your perspective, what do you think are the things that we can actually help and we can actually do to improve and to make people to actually want to come and work with us and to stay, basically. So.
Yeah, good question. Again, I will give me my impression here, specifically speaking about Spain, all right. It's true, many people that start scientific career at the end quit and it doesn't continue. It doesn't mean that all postdocs must be at the end PIs, because it doesn't work anywhere and actually would be bad. But in this sense, what the system needs to guarantee is to have the critical mass of scientific community that can absorb or can really integrate the different profiles. I mean, now because economic restrictions, because money is always a problem, all the agencies want to finance or to fund excellence, which is great. We need excellence, otherwise we don't push forward the knowledge or the scientific knowledge, all right? But when I was in USA, anybody wanted to work in the Salk Institute or at Scripps or Stanford or all of this. But of course, only 10% or less of the people end working in these big institutions. But the system is much bigger. And then you could do a nice work in not so internationally recognized institution, but still that part of the work is also important. Sometimes the agencies, and I'm not speaking about CSIC, the funding agencies forget that this is also important. And I think that the system right now is too stressed for funding directly focusing the excellence and forgetting maybe other science that is also necessary, and there is no excellence if there is no the scientific community as a whole.
Thank you very much. Also, I just wanted to say something, and maybe for the younger audience, this is very important. This is not only one path, one journey for the career. Every journey is unique. You talk to every mentor, they will say that my path was a little bit different. That everyone is different. And also the destination, as Angel said, not everyone should become PI. You can be a very good technician, a very good scientist supporting a bigger group, and you have a bigger role than you think. So it's just don't think that there is only one point to reach. Questions?
It was something that it came up a lot during this morning, as a box that you need to tick to go forward, and it's leadership. So we heard that a lot. Paloma just said it, but it was also in the presentation this morning, to get the R3 certificate. And how do we do that? Like examples, ideas, small grants that we can ask for. You said panels at conference. Idea, because I am at that stage of my career in which I'm already a postdoc. And I understand the outcome of publication and scientific outcome, that's clear. But the leadership part, as a person that came from outside Spain, and I'm not from here, I really don't know how to tackle that specific thing.
Are you at CSIC? Try to supervise people, basically. Try to supervise, or BA's thesis is more difficult with the universities, but MA thesis might be. Try to teach a class in the MA thesis and offer yourself as in an MA program, a master program. Try to teach a class in a master program, and then try to say that you will be happy to supervise one of the MA theses of the program. The rest of the professors of the university will be very happy because they have to supervise one less. Go to committees, scientific committees in conferences. Go to your field and see and propose yourself for leadership. And normally those type of jobs are not super difficult. It's volunteer work. So for instance, you need to organize in the conference. I was in the steering committee of the ECPR, that is the European Political Research Conference, for 3 years. And what we did the calls. When the conference, the biannual conference arrived, we will do the call for things. We will organize panels, and there was a bit of work there, but that gave me 3 years of leadership. And I proved that I was, and then also give you networking. The people know you in the field. What else? If you can supervise, as I was saying, if you can do small grants, absolutely. You don't need to start by trying an ERC, you know? Exactly, but there are very small things, like all city councils, local institutions, small banks that maybe a bank that funds just so you do a survey that is very small and maybe gives you, I don't know, 2K, 3K, but that's already a grant. You know, like all this small, like the leadership is supposed to be adapted to each level of the career. And I'm saying this as I was a master, not at all. I'm learning the same because I know how to do it. But what I learned is that in each step of the career, there is a capacity to prove some leadership. So try to find those small. And sometimes they're in your institution. Sometimes your institution, I don't know, the CSIC does this thing. I just apply to write a public policy report, and it was 1K, and I gave us basically 1,000 euros in order to organize a conference, to organize a meeting with people from super small, super tiny thing. But it required from us to write a page saying, like, we want to write this public policy report on this topic. And we will organize one conference. And we will bring these 3 people from these 3 cities, and we will join for an afternoon, and we will write a public policy. You see what I mean? These type of things, very small opportunities. It's difficult to find them, but they are at this stage of the career.
So always keep a look.
Sorry?
Always keep an eye on all of that.
Yeah, and then think always the different dimensions. Service, teaching, research. In research is the PI, in teaching is supervising, in service can be serving in committees. These are the 3 branches of academia. More or less, but maybe I'm being very simplistic, but you understand what I mean, you know? So there are opportunities to prove this leadership thing in each of those. And I'm not the expert. Probably there are people in the room that have much better advice than I have. This is what I learned in these years.
Thank you, Paloma. One thing just also come to my mind, that if you are not from Spain, the very important, that was also helped me a lot, contacting the organizer of the master programs that are in your research line and telling them that you have the possibility to propose a TFM or TFG program. And then you go give small seminars to these groups. And this will make your connections from scratch, because I also come with 0 connection, and I know it's difficult, but these things will work. Questions? No questions? I have hundreds of questions myself. I wanted to actually with the bureaucracy. First, I want to apologize that I did a very bad introduction of our panelists, so I need to apologize for that. And I think it's not late to commit to say that you made an error. But I think by now you know who are speaking to, so I don't need to explain anymore. For the heavy bureaucracy, so this is something that I experienced in Spain, that yes, there is this very thick BOE. This is a very difficult bureaucracy to understand. In the same time, in some institutes, you have offices to help you. In some smaller institutes, you don't have offices to help you. But in my case, at least, and in many people that I know, that you have colleagues that help you a lot. They understand that, they have been into that path, and they read it and they help you. And this is a little bit traditional. What is your opinion on making this more organized, of translating? I know that, for example, when CSIC receives a BOE, we have the instructions from CSIC, or Q&A. So they basically translate the BOE to a more understandable platform that we can communicate with. But what is your idea that this could be also helpful, that can be institutionalized and maybe even translated in a more understandable way, and also giving heads up to the legal issues that we are going to face after getting the project?
Yeah, very, very important point here. And for me, the secret here is my work at CMB also involves to coordinate all the management work with the other services of the institution that also do the part of the management work, human resources, accountability, the general director or managing director of the institution, because at the end, there are a lot of information that is between different services. Purchasing department, I mean, if you want to do the justification for a project, you need information from the purchasing department many times. And so, because traditionally, this was not necessary, in many institutions, these different services work too much independently from each other. And right now, this is generating a lot of stress and a lot of not efficient work or flow works, all right? So for me, it's important to coordinate, to have a structure in your institutions to coordinate all this flow of the information, because at the end, from the preparation of a proposal until the last bill and the last document is sent to the funding agency, many people is involved, and not only research manager, but also people that are technically working in another part. And yeah, I totally agree with you. This is something that we need to improve in many institutions. It's important.
Hi. Thanks to the panel, it was very interesting. I wanted to ask, one of you mentioned that it was very important to maybe contact other Spanish people abroad that are also in the same situation as you. Does the CSIC provide a service, or is there an email to write to someone and be like, okay, I'm traveling to Germany, do you know anyone working there on my same level that you can then reach? Or something like that? Is there do they offer like any possibilities for direct networking through the CSIC?
Contact me.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
And in the slides, in my presentation, I let my email. But if you have any question in the face of in coming to Spain, it's not a problem. It's true that my focus is more based in foreigners, immigrations, equivalents, not in career development, more than the presentation that I've done. But in the 2 years that since I'm here, I've got a lot of problems in the same line that Sabba has talked. In my case, I'm not from a scientific career. I did things so different, the science landscape. No, I dedicated the world sports. there, when I begin in the CSIC, I remember that it was, wow, so all these must be the foreign researchers came to Spain. Okay, I'm civil servant, and I have contact with administration. For me, it's not difficult to interpret, to do or to know the information about these types of procedures. But if I think in the foreign perspective or point of view, it's true that, in my opinion, the most difficult is to know in which order must be all the steps. Okay, it's true that it's difficult to know because you don't know if first is your resident and work license, the title, or health card, or register at the city hall. For me, it's so difficult, and when I begin in my workplace, I recognize that it was the most difficult to understand. Now I have clear. Okay, I can say you all the steps. I don't know if people have seen the website landing at the CSIC. Isabel this morning told about information. I create this page with information, no banding, but for facilitate to arrive in Spain. Not only for researchers, it's also with opportunities for public employment and on features or information that it can be useful for all type of people, not only for researchers, not for foreigners, also for Spanish people. That's my recommendation. Contact, no problem. Now it's true that I'm busy, but no problem. I reply.
Questions? Right.
Hello, thank you for the talk. I have a doubt regarding the equivalencies. What type of contract require the equivalencies, or all the contract require the equivalence of the title?
The equivalence is necessary to hire with the contract in CSIC, okay, for all the jobs. To register at the CSIC, the CSIC job bank is necessary. The good notice is you haven't got to have the equivalence in your possession when you apply to the CSIC job banks. It's a good notice, okay? You can be hired if you're doing this issue at the university. And that's true that to apply the scientific scales or technical scales, in this case, it's necessary to have it. Okay, with you and with a university, or in the case of scales, technical scales, in this case is for a degree or master. Okay, for scientist scales is the PhD, but you must have to obtain at the last day to apply for civil servant. Okay, to hire a contract, private contract, it's not necessary. Okay. You apply with the university, you wait time they respond you. Okay. Normally it's between 1 month, 6 months, but it's easier if you have contact with people inside, but in general terms, it's not easy, okay? You can talk me, for example, if do you live in Madrid?
Yes, I live in Madrid.
Perfect. Okay, Madrid, there's a good university in all Spain, for this type of issues. But it's true that, for example, in equivalence, it's important to know which are the common documents to do this tramit or this issue. Okay, there's common documents like PhD, academic certificate, but the change regard universities in Spain, there are aspects like translations. For example, CSIC hasn't got any relation with any university concretely more than the Menéndez Pelayo, okay? But in my opinion, for example, la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, one of the best universities to do this title, they accept documents in 5 languages, okay? If you have title in English, it's very good, okay? Portuguese, French, Italian, and German, for example, okay? They accept it. You save the cost to translate this type of documents. For example, they don't want a document like all the studies that you've done before your PhD, okay? This document is very common in practically all the universities in Spain. That's only my opinion. I think it's not to be necessary, okay? You must, you want to evaluate or value my PhD, not all that I've done. And the last thing is good to know the type of university. It's true that for example, the price issue is complicated because it goes for 160 euros to 225 euros, okay, and sometimes it's difficult to decide because, okay, I pay 2 documents, I pay less, 5, 6 documents.
Autónoma is cheaper, no? Or in my time,
yes, Autónoma is cheaper, exactly. Autónoma, I think, is 160, 5 languages, only 2-3 documents, PhD and CBA, and no more.
You need to do like a memory of the PhD, but that's very easy. It's just a summary of 10 pages, and that's. And yeah, it's one of the best to do. I will agree.
For me, in my
in
opinion,
Autónoma.
it's one of the best in Madrid. For example, in Barcelona, Universidad de Barcelona is also expensive, but it's only 2 documents, CBA and PhD. Okay, they accept documents in English. It's a good idea. We're working about this question, okay, at this moment. I hope that in the future we can have a good notice.
Thank you.
Short term.
That's the thing. That's a bit difficult to know where to find this information. You need to find the PhD schools of each university and then find for equivalence. Because then this information is not so easy to find. You need to go to the doctorate or the PhD school of each university, and there in their menu they will have something called equivalencia. And that's where you find information.
There are 3 documents, critical documents, depending the country, the origin country. There are all the studies that you've done before PhD, okay? Sometimes it's not easy that in each foreign universities to spend this document. No, there is, I don't remember, but one of these, another question is the translate. And there is a 3rd question now, I don't remember, but these two issues for me are the most difficult for people, because in some universities don't have this document, and after it's impossible to apostille or legalize this. For this morning I commented that it's necessary to accept substitute documents in this type of cases.
Well, the issue is normally about the grade certificate, no? Because not everybody has coursework in the PhDs. There are some PhDs where you do courses and you have grades. And there are PhDs in where you don't do courses and you have grades, you just do the research. So they ask you in some universities here the grade certificates. And there are universities in which you get a PhD without grades. So you cannot show that you don't have that, you didn't do coursework. So that's one of the main...
Oh, I remember. Another document. And sorry, I don't know in English. Memoria justificativa donde conste todos los miembros del tribunal, number of hours, notes, qualification. This document, I remember one person from Harvard, it was impossible to obtain for him. And in the case of Autónoma, they accept substitute documents in this case because it was impossible that to legalize after. Okay, these 3 documents, this translates and all the you did in the last before PhD. This is 3. If you want to choose a university, it's important that to know this. Okay, I've got a slide with this. Okay, if you want, I can send you, no problem.
Thank you. More questions?
Thank you very much, very useful. I wanted to ask for people who are not Spanish, After a few years, depending on the nationality, one can apply for citizenship. And sometimes I wanted to ask for advice in general, so maybe useful for others. What happens if the amount of time you need to wait is exactly the same as the contract you have? So maybe at some point you will be in the decision of staying, maybe even leaving academia for half a year or 1 year just to try to get citizenship, or if it's better to lose the chance of getting citizenship but accepting a postdoc somewhere abroad and then returning, because you need to be, in my case, inside Latin America, and 2 years in a row. So, for example, last year I spent 1 year in Germany and then I returned. So I need to start again 2 years. And I'm with the Juan de la Cieva, and after 2 years, in principle, my contract ends. So I'm in the situation where I'm even considering just staying in Spain, working something else, to wait for the process of the citizenship. But I don't know if there's many experiences or if which institution I should try to ask for advice in this kind of situation.
Well, difficult question.
Difficult.
Because at the end this is a common problem in all the countries. I mean, if you want to get a nationality, it doesn't matter the country, rules are pretty strict and difficult and not well suited with the scientific career, which involves mobility. When I was in USA, I have friends that wanted to stay in USA for longer, and at the end they wanted to live there as a USA citizenship. And sometimes for a few months, everything is screwed up because you couldn't follow their internal rules to do that. That's a weakness in the system, and I agree with that there is no simple question. I know that there are specialized lawyer agencies that try to help with all these issues. If you really plan to get Spanish citizenship, I would recommend you to contact more specialized services about these laws because they are complex. And there are many, many small letters everywhere that may help you, but it's not easy.
Okay, if there is no more questions, we can, of course, you can find these people in the networking session and ask more questions and spend more time. But you had one last question, no?
Yes. Do you think we have time?
We don't have time, but I think it would be interesting to ask.
Okay.
So maybe...
The last question was about the use of artificial intelligence. Whether artificial intelligence is going to substitute scientists and managers? What do you think?
Yeah, we don't have time, but I have
Spanish POE, for sure.
2 minutes question. For me, I'm using that, and it's a great tool. I mean, for me, it's just a tool, and this is what it is, and it's a powerful one. But you need to take that as a tool, and as any tool can be used for good and for bad. And question here is like the calculator. Calculator lets you to save time because you don't need to do manually all the calculus. All right. Difference here is that if I give you a calculator and you're not a physicist, you won't be able to solve a problem of physics with a calculator if you don't know the basis of the physics. Now with the LLMs, the large language model, we think that we can solve problem even if we are not expert in that problem. And this is the risk. The risk is if we delegate our knowledge into the tool. And that's the problem. This is the bad use from my point of view. At the end, the work that I do when I use this tool is, okay, I ended up with this document or I ended up with this solution, but who had the control? Did I have the control or the AI had the control in the process? If the AI had the control in the process, you are doing bad. Because the system is not intelligent. The system, actually, what it's doing is, statistically speaking, giving you the most probably answer based on similar problems that any people in another place would face. It's true that we are millions of people. So for you, it's first time you are doing a problem or solving a problem, but probably very similar problem is being solved in another place. You don't know, but the AI knows that. But then, of course, the small things are the difference. And the small things are the ones that you need to control. So, and you need to adapt to your particular problem. So do not delegate your brain in the AI. Keep the control. This is my message. But it's true. Save time, provides a lot of access to big amount of information. Yeah, it's a nice tool.
Thank you. Paloma?
I'm not qualified to answer this. Like, I could share some ideas as a user, but I don't think it's, because I know that it's very attractive to talk now about artificial intelligence, but I'm not an expert on this topic, so I prefer not to share.
And what do you think?
Me too. I'm not an expert in this topic, but it's true, for example, that I do my work, okay, but I think that, like Angel has said, it's important to know the topic. In my opinion, I've used this the tool, for example, in immigration. And yeah, it makes mistakes, okay? Because, for example, it's weirdly because I ask about a rule, a specific rule, and the information that give me is not correct, okay? And I think it's important. If you know the topic, you must help, for example, with customs or information that is not included in the law. It's very, very particular, and it helps you. Okay, it's not it's look like a good choice, but if you don't know anything about the question, in my opinion, I don't ask.
I also think it's a very powerful tool, and I help a lot on review about different subjects, but I think we need to keep our critical thinking to discriminate some biased information that we can get.
For example, it's so helpful to know which order steps to arrive in Spain. It's not bad, okay? It's true that they say, okay, first this, second one, but it's difficult, okay? Something that makes mistake. For me, it's important to check it again.
Yeah, that's the recommendation, I think. So, I don't know if you have any other question for us. If not,
So, exactly with that, we applaud the panel. Thank you very much. And we invite you to join the networking lunch. So don't be shy. These pieces of papers, it says break the ice, romper hielo. So go read those questions, even you don't know what to ask to start communication with the mentors. Just read the question and the mentors will automatically reply to that. I will guarantee. So please enjoy. And we will see you back. Please come back at 20 to 4 for the grant writing workshop and also CV preparation. We have, one more minute to have 2 minutes Spanish courtesy. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed the pause and the mentoring and networking. Now we start with the workshop session, grant writing and CV preparation. So we have Professor Aurelio Hidalgo. He's going to introduce himself much better than me, but he's going to talk about key strategies for successful grant writing. Aurelio is having this course in University Autónoma de Madrid for a long time, and it's a very big course. So for today, he basically shrink it for the 60 minutes, just the top point. So take advantage of his presence. Thank you, Aurelio.
Thank you, Sama. So first things first, thank you for the invitation. as Saba mentioned, this has several formats in the different places that I teach this seminar. So there's a short lecture for people that are doing their bachelor thesis. I teach this to biochemists, and then I teach this to PhD students. And then it's a 2-day workshop where you actually get to write introductions, impact sections, so on and so forth. So I'm giving you the short version today. But feel free to contact me if you want to expand on any of the materials. Speaking of materials, I will be showing some content and some images that should not be broadcast outside of here, so please do not take pictures with your mobile. If you want some slides, again, please get to me. So there was a little bit of talk about generative AI. When I asked generative AI about project management, this is the word cloud that it came up with. And how many of you have written a publication so far, or publication draft, or writing? Yeah, how many of you have used the word excellence in this publication? The word impact, the word deliverable. Okay, so just one. So you can see from this short experiment that the language of writing articles, which is what we know how to write, and the language of writing grants is completely different. So in order to write a good proposal, you need excellent science. But in order to get it funded, you need that science to carry impact, to be feasible, and to convince somebody that this is feasible. Everything at different levels takes the form of projects. This has been for a while now. Scientific grant proposals did not have this form a couple of decades ago when I began my career, or 3 decades ago. But now everything takes the form of a project. So you can see there we go. So you can see a chronogram, you can see impact, you can see different things that belong to the realm of projects, and this usually comes from the engineering companies and made its way into science, into the way we write proposals. So this is more or less the outline for the talk. I will sort of introduce myself, and we'll talk about the magic recipe if there is one. We'll talk about the call, because I think it's one of the most important aspects, and it's one of the most overlooked aspects. And then we'll get into some specific parts of the proposal and some specific tips for that. So 10 minutes. So who am I and what am I doing here? So I need to apologize because I was speaking with the mentees and they made me realize that I forgot to introduce an introductory slide. So I did my PhD in chemistry, majored in biochemistry back in 1995. I finished my PhD in biochemistry in 2001. And then I did a first postdoc at ICP, CSIC, here in Madrid. And then a second postdoc for 3 years in Germany. And I came back with Ramón y Cajal. As I mentioned before to the mentees, this was totally unexpected. I was aiming for the following year, and I had to finish and up and leave and come back to Spain. I came to the Autónoma University in Madrid. And then at the end of Ramón y Cajal, I got a permanent position as a PCD, now PPL, Profesor Permanente Laboral, which is still a work contract, indefinite, so until the money runs out, just like everything, but permanent position, right? And then the whole crisis hit, and it was not until 21 when I became a civil servant. And a lot of things happened along the way. including a financial crisis that had us like 6 months away from closing the lab. And then I needed to get funding or close, right? So I looked for every call possible. And at that time, I could not secure funding from Agencia Estatal or the equivalent, Ministerio de Ciencia or Ministerio de Economía, that depends on the year that my application was submitted. And it was rejected twice. I had this like beautiful, crazy idea to mix microfluidics with microbiology, with enzymes, and I was inspired by some networks that I had established during my postdoc in Germany. And the first rejection was brutal. The second rejection was even more brutal. So I took that proposal, turned the collaborations into consortium partners, sent it to Europe, funded with a really good score. And that's the beginning of the story. So when people look at my resume, and when my colleagues look at me, this is what they see. They see that I'm good with EU proposals, but the beginning was that. The beginning was a proposal that was not funded, that was rejected. And that good funding situation has been ongoing in my group, and this is probably why I get invited to teach this course and this seminar. And this is what people see, the train of funding. What people don't see is the train of proposals. So here you can see the proposals that get rejected in European calls there on the top half, and then in national calls. And you can see where we are good at. You can see the previous years, but we're really good in Pillar 2. But when we try to land the Marie Curie doctoral network, that takes us like 4 attempts. This is normal. This is super competitive call. And then in the national calls, so-so. Yeah? So this is what people do not see. All that goes into the grant writing and the number of times that you need to apply until you get it, because let's face it, funding is not very abundant, and there are more and more applications every year. If those of you who have tried for Marie Curie postdoctoral in the past 2 years, you know the numbers. We went from 6,000 applications to 9,000 to 15,000 this year. So that's the situation. So I was thinking about this, what people see and do not see, and I came across this quote, which I modified because the original is everyone's jealous, but no, I need something more nuanced, yeah? Everything notice what you get. What people don't realize is all the applications that you needed to submit, all the interviews that you went through, all the documents that you had to read, all the policy briefs that you had to read, and you did not understand a word. Well, I'm here, I read, and I talked to the people, and I'm here to tell you who to talk to, what to read. Now, writing and coordinating, sometimes coordinating at the same time, several projects is not the only source of, or the only contact you can have with grant proposals. I've also evaluated for Horizon 2020, and it was an eye-opening experience, and I had I could grant 2 proposals, 10 million euros each. And then you really begin to look at the proposal. Yeah? Because it's taxpayers' money. And I was like, hey, this is my money. This is coming out of my pocket. So I evaluate grant proposals, but I also evaluate the progress of proposals. In this case, for the EIC pillar, and in particular in Pathfinder. So this is, this is a fantastic source of reading proposals, reading how other people explain their science, apply for funding, because otherwise you only know what you write and your style of applying and your style of writing grant proposals. So my colleagues usually ask me, and this is like real, Can you give us a magic recipe? So what's a magic, do you have a magic one? Do you have a magic recipe? And don't ever do that. There is no magic recipe. You've seen the magic recipe, that's hard work. But I can give you some ingredients and you can try and put them together in a potion and see what happens. Yeah, but I don't think there's a magic recipe. So as you've seen in the diagram with the little dots, sometimes, you know, the point of entrance into the system, so your first access to funding, maybe it's not, and that was mentioned before, right, in the round table, maybe it's not ERC, maybe it's not even Marie Curie, maybe it's something small. Go for it. You just need to put your foot in the door. You just need to get a little funding to get you started, and that will get you more funding, and that will get you bigger funding. That's the idea. So when I talk to people in my institute, or I'm in the scientific committee and I've interviewed candidates to join CBM, and everybody's really hopeful and everybody's going to apply for ERC. And I just read a piece of news, I think it was shortly after the summer, that when calls are so competitive, they're no longer linear. That means that it's not always the best proposals that get funded because everybody is up there in the top. So you're just looking at the noise. So if you come from an instrumental science instrument background, you know you're looking at the noise up there. They're the best, but yeah, do they come in the right order? So number one was the best, really? Ingredient number two for this magical potion is the people you're working with now can be your future consortia for European proposals. I've done that. I've shared proposals with people that were doing their PhD when I was a postdoc in the same lab. So when you're done sharing the lab space, you will each go back to your own country, and this is perfect because that's the seat of an international consortia. So my colleagues usually come and the first thing they say is, I can't apply to European grants because I don't have connections. And the first thing that I think is, that's bullshit. You do have your connections, you just don't realize that you've made them already. And then you've seen that success rate, in my case, greatly depended on applying to Europe instead of Spain. That is definitely better suited to my profile. We are assessed differently when we apply to the agencia and when we apply in Europe. That's a fact. So use it to your advantage. So now, what is a project? So what we understand by project. Any ideas? So if I say project, what's the first word that comes to mind? Other than funding. Idea? Plan? Question? Work? Yeah. Hopefully in a neat plan. A dream? Outcome. Yes, you need to be able to get something out of there. So look at this. So you had an idea that you need to execute in a certain amount of time with certain resources to produce a unique outcome. That is a project. So a project is not routine. A project is a singular action. So something, I've been renovating my place for a few years now. Renovating the bathroom for a fixed budget in a fixed amount of time, that's a project. But researching whether we live in the matrix, that is not a project. That is not constrained in time and resources and based on a hypothesis. So in a project, these three concepts are inevitably bound to one another: resources, results, and time. So if you reduce the resources, like, when you get your results back from a agencia estatal and they cut your budget by 50%, and then you still need to produce the same amount of results in the same time, that doesn't work. So if you reduce your resources, either you produce less or you take more time. And the same thing happens if you have less time, then you probably need to invest more to get the same amount of work done. So this is basically what I wanted to say about projects, so that we know the constraints. Let's talk about costs. So this is something that is actually very overlooked. I get colleagues, and by colleagues I mean like full-fledged PIs, with a Marie Curie doctoral network application, and it's written like it's a normal research project. Well, it's not going to go. You just didn't understand what the call is for. So my advice here is that you need to understand that each call is addressed at achieving a different objective from the point of view of policy. So ERC is about frontier science, high risk, high gain. Doctoral networks are about training students using a research topic as an excuse. Right? Excuse, please. I'm going to be blunt sometimes with my terms. I'll tell you where you need to put the quotes. The postdoctoral, it's about bridging the PhD with the next step in the career. It's about going somewhere else. And it's about exchanging what you know and what the host lab can do. So if you fill the latest doctoral network application, you know what I'm talking about. Pathfinder is about taking something to market. It's about an idea that goes through the different stages of maturation and expansion. And then Pillar 2 is about solving the greater challenges of society nowadays, right? Especially in Europe, calls are the instrument, or research is the instrument with which the Commission implements policy. This sounds very vague and obtuse, but let me explain. So calls that require mobility, you're implementing the creation and the, let's say, the use or maintenance of the European research area, because people are being mobile and they're going to different countries. Right? So projects in Cluster 6, circular bioeconomy, where we need to change manufacturing processes to make them greener, are usually aligned with a Green Deal, with a biotech strategy, with a biosciences strategy, with a biomanufacturing strategy. And most of them are aligned with Sustainable Development Goals. So so politicians set goals, but leave the question open. You need to get here. How we get here, that depends on the science and the research that we do, or that you scientists are going to do. So please understand or be able to frame your work into a larger policy context. And last but not least, if this is still complex and very thick, thick documents to read, and you still and you're not familiar with the EU lingo, go to information sources. So you have webinars from the agencia, you have the national contact points for the different pillars and the different clusters in Pillar 2 and the different mechanisms, and sometimes they come up with guides, like the radians for the Marie Curie. So usually these national contact points, they cluster in projects, and this project will put out documents. I'm still seeing my slides. They're putting out documents to help you with the application. These guides are super useful for you to translate, right? The EU lingo or the agencia lingo. Suena como si hubiesen saltado unos plomos. De hecho, es que los he oído saltar en mi casa. I broke the screen. All right, gracias. All right. So this is a real example. So this is the last project that I coordinated, or I coordinate because it's still alive. And this is the call. And can you see how much of it is in gray? Because it has comments. So what I do is I translate what the call says, or actually what the call means. So this is what I mean by translating from European Commission lingo, or the BOE. Just take the BOE, take a paper and pen, and go through the call. Read every word matters. Every word means something. Every expression means something. And if you understand it, if you interpret it correctly, then you're probably hitting all the marks when you're being evaluated. So in terms of align with policy, let me look for one of these comments. So what is the target of the call? You know, is it enzymes, drugs, genes, anti-fouling, bioinformatic pipelines? So I write what could fit in that particular aspect of the call. Yeah? And you can see the number of comments. The whole document is particularly commented. Do that with your calls. So, more ingredients for your magical potion. Align your proposal with the intended objective and the policy context of that call. And if you're unsure, look for help. There are different resources, printed, videos, people that you can talk to. And it's okay to talk to. CSIC has this fantastic European project office. UAM has a really good European project office, and there are colleagues. I have colleagues, and I help them interpret the meaning of calls. European. So, yeah, I'm good with EU lingo. Okay, so for the last part, for the last 30 minutes, so you've read the call. You've interpreted what needs to be written in the proposal. Now, let's take a look at the different sections. And the most important thing is going to be, well, before we get into the most important thing, yeah, I have a quotation. You can quote me on this. A project is a crystal ball, right? It's clear. It should be clear, like crystal clear, like no double meanings, no nothing that is hard to understand. I shouldn't stop and think, what do they mean here? No, I should be able to understand it and read through it on the first attempt. It's round, so proposals nowadays have many sections, many aspects. You need to hit the mark for every single one of them. If you don't do that, the next proposal in the stack will do it. And then you'll be below the threshold, and they will be funded, and you will not. And then it should show you the future. Like, people usually say that EU projects are more about the blah blah and less about the science. Let me take down that myth. So the first part of an EU project is excellence. So that is the excellent science that you're doing. And it needs to be beyond the state of the art. So a project is a crystal ball in the sense that if you read it, it'll show you what science is going to be like, or your discipline, or your little corner of discipline is going to be like 10 years from now. Yeah, that it needs to be that beyond the state of the art. So just like in journalism, you know, you have the W questions, the who, the why, the what. The proposals are the same. So we have why. Why do I do this? So what does it matter? That's a little bit of impact, but also a little bit of state of the art. What are you doing? This is your objective, your hypothesis, your research question. How, when, who is going to do it, and how much, right? And these are sections that we're familiar with from different grant proposals, right? Different grant proposals have like different sections, but the content is the same. They're just out of place. If you have a good knowledge or notion of your round project, if you're applying in Spain, you will look at it from, or describe it from one point of view, and if you're applying in Europe, you'll look at it from the other point of view. Yeah. So introduction in Spain is concept, ambition, relation to the work program in Europe. Methodology is work plan. Research team is consortium as a whole and members of consortium. Ethics, budget is resources, so it's the same. Really, there's not so much to fuss about. Let's start with looking at some of the specific sections. And I'm not going to begin with the introduction. This is not the first part that I advise writing in a grant proposal. You start with your concept. You start with your research question. Your research question comes from knowing the state of the art, detecting the gaps in the state of the art, and your research question sometimes can be translated directly into a hypothesis if you put it in the form of an affirmation. Sometimes your research question is so wide that it could take 2 or 3 hypotheses. And then from your hypothesis comes your main objective. What is it that you're doing in this project? And that is still too complex, and you still need to break it down into sub-objectives. And the objectives, they still can be broken down into tasks. This scheme, like this is the core. This needs to be super polished, uber polished. Yeah. I will give you a piece of advice later with a magic potion. Sometimes the grant is so large, probably not at the postdoc scale, that you need to divide it into work packages. I think at this stage, the easiest or the wisest solution is to use work packages that are aligned with the objectives, right? So turn your objectives into work packages. For more complex projects, work packages can be cross-cutting. So if you're using, for instance, like the same method, the same methodology. I think another pitfall is how you define objectives. Objectives need to be specific, measurable, and you need to provide the measures that the evaluator will use to know whether you met the objective when you've been funded and you're executing the project. And these measures or these indicators are called KPI, Key Performance Indicator. For instance, my objective number 1 is whatever, I'll define it in KPIs. So I'm going to come up with 3 animal models for 1 disease, and I will characterize them with this, this, and that. And then the tasks, so these are the subdivisions of the objectives. Please be mindful of they have a beginning, of the fact that they have a beginning and they have an end. And at the end of the task, you produce a result. And this result is something that you can either put in a report, or if it's physical, you take it in your hands and you deliver. So I think that's the definition of deliverable, which is a concept that even some of my peers do not understand. So it's like pizza. You can put it in a box and give it to someone. That's a deliverable. So that's the final outcome of the task. And like I said, large projects usually have work packages, and these work packages are usually my advice is they shouldn't be independent. They need to be interconnected, especially if you're collaborating with someone, and then you come up with this type of diagram. It's called a PERT diagram that tells you like kind of the flow of things within the project. So in this one, that's one of ours. So we had companies tell us what was needed, and then that sort of trickled down the project, and then we went to where we could find microbes or enzymes that did that, and then put them in the pipeline of the project, and yeah, you can see here. And then the outcomes, we consider whether we could exploit, as you can see in the bottom. Yeah. I know this is like many probably new terms or new definitions. You're not alone. The European Commission has now put a syllabus or a glossary, sorry, in the template for proposals. So people were so confused about what is a risk, what is a milestone, what is a deliverable, what is a task, that they needed to put definitions. Yeah, so you're not alone, you're fine. Yeah, so more ingredients for your magic recipe. When you're crafting your project, close the computer, take paper and pen, work on the scheme, the concept, hypothesis, objective, sub-objectives, tasks. No computer. Just like when you're preparing a presentation, you should not use a computer at first. Visualize your project. This is an advice, I think, for the whole presentation. Always, when you're writing a grant proposal, imagine that you're executing the project, that you're actually implementing the project. And then it's easier to realize what works, whether the time that you assign for a task works, whether the interdependency between tasks works. So imagine, visualize all the time. Clear ideas. I don't, as an evaluator, I don't need to think twice about what is on the paper. I need to understand it on the first read. Yeah, that kind of clarity. And do not go back and forth. That is a really bad advice. So it should be like clear and flowing in a single direction as much as possible. And then, yeah, the scheme. So round main objective to objectives to tasks to deliverables. We were talking about how much do tasks last, and you need to put this in a graphic format, which is a chronogram. And here's where you need to use the crystal ball, right? And look into the future and imagine the project being implemented, and how long is this going to be? Do I have enough with 1 year to go out there and sample microbes and or whatever, or come up with this new composite or material, or yeah? Is it enough, or can I take less? Or and if I take more, will that delay the whole project? Or do I have the connections between the tasks? Are they clear? So this is what a chronogram helps you see, and it also helps you see what is called a critical path. And these are the tasks that if they're delayed, then the whole project will be delayed. This cannot be allowed, right? So if you can see in the diagram, if task 1.3 is delayed, then task 2.1, which is dependent, is delayed. And then 2.4 is delayed, and then you go over the final threshold, time threshold, right? So this is the type of information that you get from a chronogram. And you come up with a good chronogram if you have a good design, and if you've imagined, visualized in your head what the project should be like. Particularly because you need to finish the task on time, you want to set checkpoints along the way. And these are called milestones. In Spanish, hitos. And that is an hito. We call it hito kilométrico. And it tells you that when you've crossed it, you've crossed kilometer 280 of road N122. Yeah? So in a project, a milestone is an hito, and it's the same. It's a point, and if you crossed it when you should cross it or before, then the project is running well. So they're checkpoints. Yeah? They're not deliverables. Again, most of my peers still mix milestones with deliverables, and this is why the Commission needed to add definitions to the template. So a milestone is a checkpoint. It can be a checkpoint halfway through the task. It can be, I set up my analytical techniques and then I'm good to go. And then the deliverable or the end result will be something else. But I needed to have analytical methods set up. So if you're going to be on time with tasks and project implementation, you need to consider what can go wrong. Because let's admit it, all projects will fail partly, hopefully not completely. That's bad design, but there's always one aspect or other that will fail. Even the best plans end up blowing up. So risk is something that can go wrong and will go wrong. You need to assess at the time of writing what are the riskier aspects of your proposal. Once you're implementing, you need to identify that risk and you need to analyze whether that's a threat. If it's a threat, you need to mitigate, and then you need to verify that the risk has been mitigated, and then keep on monitoring. And once again, you need to take the crystal ball, you need to look into the future, and you need to play devil's advocate with your own proposal. What can go wrong? And what can I do in order to mitigate that risk? This is the way that you usually analyze risk. Risk has two dimensions: the probability that it will happen and the impact when it happens or once it's happened. Yeah? So when you're writing a project, a task or something that has high probability, high impact, that should not be in a proposal. You need to pick your pen and paper, redesign your project. Yeah, that is something that will surely happen and kill the project. Please, that's really bad design. Another way to assess risk is giving, instead of this red, yellow, green, you can give numbers, scores to probability and impact, and then you can rank the risks, right, in terms of importance. And the more important that a risk is, the more mitigation measures that you need. Yeah? And you need, and risks are experimental, but they can also be management risks, or communication risks, or innovation risks. So what if you're developing something that the market is so-so with uptake? Transgenics. Yeah? So there's a risk that the product of that project will not be accepted by the public. What are you going to do about it? That's a risk. And it's not an experimental risk. You know, it's not a technical risk. So yeah, I spoke a little bit about contingency plans, more ingredients for your magic recipe. Again, plan your work with a chronogram, plan your risks, and then, of course, plan the budget. At this stage in your career, your budgets are very simple. So that's why I killed that section. But you can ask questions about it if you want, if we have time left over. Now, the introduction. So you have your round plan, you've visualized it in the crystal ball. Everything looks fine, but okay, this is not the first thing that a reviewer is going to read. The first thing is going to be the introduction. But you need to have your plan clear in order to convincingly describe the state of the art and argue where the gaps are, and then plug in your project. So, evaluators, I've been on the other, like I've told you that I've been on the other end, And my experience was I had to read 7 projects or grant proposals. Each one was 100 pages compulsory plus the extras. That was like, yeah, 200 pages per proposal, and I had 1 day. So they paid me like 1 day per proposal. So you can imagine, right? I was saturated with information. So please make sure that your proposal is captivating, because it was June when I was reading and it was hot and we had no air conditioning at UAM because budget. And then I was reading like really long proposals, and then when you think you get the knack of it, then you get to section 2 and it's not consistent. But you said something different and now I need to go back, but I don't have time to go back, you know? And then readable. Yeah. Panels. Your proposals are likely going to be evaluated by panels. I can tell you my own experience. In my panel, we were 3 biochemists and 4 non-biochemists. They came from venture capital. They came from regulation. They came from grant management. Yeah, even among the scientists, if you're, I don't know, you're working on plants or you're working on new materials. So how many physicists that know your topic are going to be in the panel? 1, 2, and the others, they're physicists, all right, but they're not close to your discipline. But you need to write for every single member in your panel. Yeah, and that is, I admit it, that is very complicated. You don't want to be condescending, you don't want to be patronizing, but you don't want to be simple either. So you need to find the right, the right way to talk to everyone, or write a good introduction that it's scaffolded. So working as an instructor, as an educator, makes me think about what is the best way, or how do people learn. And this is how we learn. So we have a sensory memory that immediately dumps everything into the working memory. And the working memory is something that can handle like 4 or 5 concepts at the same time. And then you dump your working memory into your long-term memory when you sleep, and then all the concepts if you have a previous knowledge, they get integrated in there. So you build on previous knowledge, that is called constructivism. And then there are certain things that help you store better and recall better. Remember, I'm reading 7 thick proposals in 7 days. So please make it easier for me. Knowing this is how we learn, what can we do? Answer in a couple of slides. And I'm going to make decisions about who gets funded and who doesn't get funded. So we also need to know how people make decisions. I recommend this book by Nobel Prize Daniel Kahneman about how we make decisions. And so we have 2 systems of making decisions, and this is so because we needed to survive making fast decisions. You know, there's a saber-toothed tiger coming towards me. Wait, is that a saber-toothed tiger because it has 2 fangs or 1? You don't have time for that. Yeah? So you have system 1, which is quick and works by association, it fills in the gap. And then system 2, which is slow, and I take time to verify the logical connections between facts and examine the data closer. If I need to read 7 thick proposals in 7 days, which one do you think is going to, I'm going to use preferentially? Yeah, system 1. We can play with that as well. So this leads to bias, right? If I use system 1, And if I have a short span or a short capacity or small capacity working memory, this leads to bias. So if I give you this list of words and I gave you time to remember, to learn them, and then I would test you on how many can you recall, you would recall 4, 3, 4. I've done this experiment, but I don't have time today. But what about this? Same letters, different order. What am I giving you? I'm giving you context. You can relate. Now you can relate to the meaning of the words. Yeah? Here's another experiment about cognitive science. I'm describing Steve. I'm using the same adjectives, but in different order. And if you had to rate Steve with the top or the bottom just by looking at one, there is a bias effect. And it's caused by the position of the adjectives. And that tells you a lot about the order in which you should release the information. And then this is a classic. If you're using system 1, and I ask you which of the lines is longer, you would say the top one, but they're both the same. When you use system 2, and you take a ruler and you pay close attention. Yeah? So this is what evaluators are doing. These are our biases because we're humans. So, never saturate the working memory. This is something that instructors, and actually maybe today I'm saturating your working memory because we're not taking pauses and doing things with the information that I'm releasing to you. But don't saturate the working memory. Position effect. Important ideas at the beginning or at the end. Visual aspect. First impressions. First impressions matter. This is a bias. It's an inherent bias. We can't do anything about it. And then provide context. Because if you provide context, I'm going to understand better, and I'm going to recall better. And I'm going to remember that your proposal was the clearest, or the clearest one. You know? Out of the whole 7 proposal stack, oh, this one was so clear and so direct, and it was so well written, and it had a killer science, but it was well explained. Or maybe the science was maybe a little bit less or a little bit worse than another proposal. But in the other one, I had to go back and forth like many times, and, you know. If I'm using system 1, I'm really not going to go into every single of your references that you're citing in your document. So please choose credibility over depth. This is something that people usually do not do. As an evaluator, that pisses me off. When people write for the agencia, it's like you really need to demonstrate that you know you're the most knowledgeable person in the world about this topic. Like, no, you need to be clear. You need to make me understand why you're doing what you're doing. You need to scaffold. Don't do that. Don't, you know. Yeah. And you can use storytelling techniques in the narrative. So the introduction is usually going to be the lengthiest section. Yeah, the hardest to read, even though you're fresh, right? After 2 pages of introduction, especially if you're just dumping facts and figures that sometimes are unrelated to the central storyline, no, that doesn't work. So use the hero's journey, right? There is a problem, but we have the tool to solve it. But the tool is not ready because we need to do more research. If we fix this, then maybe, so you see what I'm doing with the narrative? I'm taking you through the hero's journey. And it is not so monotonous as other introductions. You captivate the audience, so you keep my attention through the 2 pages or 3 or 4 of introduction, of lengthy text. If I empathize with you, again, it's a bias, it's innate, but hey, it's there, so we can use it, you know? It's a fair game. Emotion or empathy is scientifically demonstrated to improve recall, story-time recall. And also to, say, bias your decision, but again, these are the rules, this is the game, let's play with them. So another difficult section is impact. And I know this from my colleagues, right? When we transitioned from the typical national calls to retos, like, oh, but I don't know retos, I don't know this, how am I gonna apply my... And I was looking at them, you've been doing this, you're whining. So let's take a look. Impact. It's very easy to understand if you think that you have 2 proposals and you have 10 millions to give to only one of them, and these 10 millions will come out of your own pocket. So why does your proposal matter? So where am I going to get more benefit? Please don't understand this just in a monetary way. So which proposal am I get the most out of, considering that this is public money that I'm investing? You would understand this if you were investing in shares or in the stock market, right? As a public funding entity, I want the most out of the money that I'm giving. So what? So why does your proposal matter? And that's really funny because I was already using these 4 dimensions for European projects when the agencia adopted them, but these are 4 dimensions which you can use to quantify, to define impact. And please, please, please do not just blah blah your way through the impact section. Use metrics, use statistics, use background, use whatever to justify your arguments. Evidence-based, we're scientists. We cannot get away from evidence-based. So scientific impact, does this cross-connect with other disciplines? Does it open a new field, economic? If you're working with, say, an industrial partner, what is their market share? Will this innovation make them get more of that market share? Social, maybe you're dealing with a condition that makes people miss work and costs money to the state because you need to pay them sick leave. Maybe it's a rare disease. That creates empathy, a lot of empathy. Yeah? Environmental, if you're working cluster 6, so bioeconomy, then you know a lot about this, right? So CO2 reduction, being more sustainable, the Green Deal. Be creative, but be grounded. Yeah? Especially for those of you that are closer to something that can be applied, a lot of people at IMN, you need to be aware of where you're at in the path between the idea and the product. This is called technology readiness level, or TRL. So 0 is the idea, 10 is the product in the market, and a lot of things need to happen in between. You need to know where your research is at. Is it just an idea that doesn't even have a proof of concept? Are you at the proof of concept? Does it work in the lab, but maybe not in the factory? Where you're at. Because depending on where you're at, you will find different funding mechanisms for that idea. Yeah. And then also, if you're kind of developing something that can turn into a product, the impact can be maximized if you think about how you might get that to market. Not something as complex as a business plan, even though you need it for some funding mechanisms, but a business model. This is called a Canvas business model, and it's like an A3 sheet that you, again, take the crystal ball and think, what is my value? What do I need to carry out or to produce that value? Who is going to do it? Who would be my customers? What's it going to cost me? Where will I get my revenue from? Again, take the crystal ball. right? Because if it's about maximizing the impact, the taxpayers' money's impact, if you present something like this, it's like, oh, I'm getting value out of this proposal. They even have thought what they need or how they would get to market, or at least a little bit closer to market. Another way to maximize impact is communication dissemination. So you need to think, who is your research relevant to? These are your stakeholders. Maybe scientific, maybe companies, maybe patient associations, maybe policymakers. Think about your research, again, in the widest sense possible. And then you need to reach to them, so you need to tailor the message. Hey, this is what I am doing in research. I go to a conference and I get super specific, but I do an activity with children, telling them how enzymes are good for consumer products, and I tailor my message, and I tailor my channel, and we do fidgeting and experiments. I don't do that at a conference or in a paper. Yeah? And then another way to maximize impact that I forgot to put in the slide is open access, and in general, open science, right? By going open, we're ensuring that somebody else can reuse our results. We can ensure that somebody, if you develop an open source tool, everybody can use it. Not just people who have a license for a particular piece of software, for instance. Yeah? And last slide, please don't forget about the ethics. Ethical aspects are as diverse as your research. And again, you would be surprised if you take the crystal ball and think again on the possible implications of your research for, think widely. Yeah? Artificial intelligence, does your research have a gender dimension? Are you working with animals, with human samples, with human information, with genetic resources? So there are a million aspects that trigger an ethics analysis or an ethics self-check. There are several tools out there. I recommend the ethics self-check from the European Commission. It really makes you think. Yeah. And so the latest addition to this long list, that it keeps getting longer and longer the more times that I give the seminar, is dual use. Now we need to think about dual use or possible dual use of the outputs of or the tools of our research. Yeah, so to finish the magic potion for a perfect grant proposal, think about the poor reviewer that has to read 7 or 50, but smaller, but you still need to read 50. Imagine the poor reviewers that had to read 15,000 Marie Curie postdoc. Yeah, of course, they didn't read the 15,000, but I'm sure you read like 10, 20. Impact. Why should you get the taxpayers' money? Think about it from the funder's point of view when you're writing. And then consider all ethical aspects of your proposal. Even if you think they're far away, think about it. All these things will make your proposal stand out from the big pile of proposals. This is what it's about. It's about being better than the proposal next door, or above or below on the stack. Yeah? And with these 15 tips or 15 ingredients in your potion, I hope that you get the 15 points out of 15 that the European Commission gives for a perfect project. And if you want to know the sources of information, they're here. Thank you for your attention. If you want to take a look at the projects and how we do different things, not just science, but also communication or exploitation, these websites are still live. 2 of the projects are ongoing, and Radical Said finished last spring. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aurelio. Very well structured talk. I learned a lot. I have some highlighted points more myself. I think it was very interesting, especially your slide on what people cannot see, the effort that you go through, the number of applications you have submitted, and people only measure the success, and actually the success only reflects in our CV, though the next speaker also will explain that. Now with the new method of CV writing, it's not only the measurable successes needs to be reflected, but the journey for that, so that's very important. And also thank you very much, because you also explained from the perspective of the reviewer. So the key is here to write the things for the reader. So who is going to read, with what mindset, and how is going to basically score your proposal. Avoid empty sentences. Unfortunately, AI helping us a lot for conceptualization, grammatical correction, organization of idea, but also generates lots of empty sentences. And people, the reviewers, when they see empty sentences in the impact section, that is going to be very basically, I don't know, frustrating for the reviewer too. I have one question, and then I will pass through the floor. Can you elaborate a little bit on the difference between key KPIs, key performance indicator, versus deliverables?
Yep.
I think it's a little bit that.
Okay. So. Key performance indicators are associated to the objectives of the project. So that's a higher hierarchy, right? You're at the objective level. So I can tell you that our latest project has 6 objectives and like 8, 9 KPIs. Some of the objectives have 2 KPIs, right? So, and then deliverable is for each task. So you're at a more, at a lower hierarchy.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you very much. It was honestly really, really good to see and listen. My question was about the risks. I understand that it's so helpful, like the graph you showed us, as a tool for ourselves to actually answer, like, should I be writing this? But how, I think a fear we all have, or at least I have, is if you show too many risks, you know, in a proposal, maybe the reader is going to be like, no. You know, I feel like they've taught, like, teach us to not show, you know, our abilities. So how to, yeah, what's the balance in that? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So just like the introduction or whichever other section, the right amount. And that is hard. That is hard to. That's hard to decide, or that is hard to assess. So I can tell you that I've been in panels where projects were rejected or scored low because they didn't have a complex risk analysis. So rule of thumb is if you have work packages or objectives, they should all have risks. So risk, and that shows that risk analysis was done project-wide. And then you're limited by the space. So that's, you know, you need to balance the length of all the sections. That will help you keep in check. I would say prioritize and do the most important ones within the space that you have. And also, don't try to sweep anything under the rug, because you're likely being evaluated by a panel. And if I don't see something, because of my expertise, the person next door will, or the next evaluator in the same commission will. I've seen that happen. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your excellent talk. In fact, I fully agree with everything you say. One comment I would like to share with you, if you've got something to say about it. When you speak about the position of the evaluator, I think you're quite right in the sense that very, very seldom the evaluator is more expert than yourself in what you are writing about. Of course, you have to take this into account to be clear and so on. But I see that there is a problem which is very, very difficult, in my opinion, to face, which is when you are, when you know more or less something about a certain thing, but you're not an expert, you tend to use stereotypes. And sometimes the project contains brilliant ideas which are maybe against stereotypes. Is there a way to try to convey this to the evaluator? I don't think it's easy.
So I think the message was in the first slide. Please tell me if I misunderstood your question, if I'm going in a different direction. Brilliant ideas and excellent science, that's prerequisite. But if I'm handing out 10 million euros, I'm also looking at how those brilliant ideas, how that brilliant science will be implemented. And you see, that was the difference between a paper and a project. So in a paper, I will put a brilliant idea, and I will tell you how it was done. Maybe I will not tell you that it ran through 2 PhDs and 2 postdocs until we got it right. But in a project, I'm looking at a lot more than just the brilliant science. As for like stereotype or preconception, is that the line that you're, yeah, you were trying to go in that direction. Again, I may have preconceptions against part of the science, but if it's well argumented and if you have solid contingency plans, and if you're the best proposal in the stack, here are the 10 millions, prove me wrong. But that's me being a fair evaluator.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would like to comment a little bit on the risks. And there is something that, as an evaluator, you always find the risks at the very end. Okay, and that is something that you have to take into account when you write the proposal. Because you write everything, then everything is smooth, and then now, okay, what could be wrong? And the evaluator is expecting something. Because the evaluator sometimes is not an expert, and then he's or she's expecting something to not be perfect. So it is better to write something sensible than not writing anything, or something like the computer is going to have an electrical failure. And this is a real example. So don't do that. But take into account that everything, the risks, is at the end. And that makes a huge difference, because you are in the position as writing a sentence. You start with nice, blah, 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 yellows. Okay, this is the yellows part. So that is kind of something you have to think about risks.
Just a short comment on that. I like to see the risks, or I like to write the risks, just like in the national grants, next to the task or underneath the task. In Europe, it's true that you separate them and you put them at the end. You need to be mindful, but I agree with you, you need to be mindful of the risks when you're writing the tasks. And sometimes you can already prepare the reader, so by giving alternatives. So I'm going to use, or if you don't know exactly at the point of writing whether you're going to use material A or material B or material C, you can say, I can use this type of materials, for example, A and B and C. And, you know, you're sort of already preparing the reader, and then you spare material D for the risks, for instance. But yeah, I agree with you. You need to be mindful of the risks when writing. You know, I will add that to the tree. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentations. I really enjoyed it. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but from the presentation, I gather these evaluations are not double-blind, right?
As far as I know, it depends on the funder.
Okay.
The ones that I've done are, I can see who the consortium is because I need to see who the consortium is.
Mm-hmm.
So I evaluate like large consortia.
So in that sense, in your experience, would you say, I mean, I don't know if this is maybe something that happens, but would you say that some proposals get rejected because of the pedigree of the consortium and not necessarily because of the project itself, or not necessarily?
Thank you for the question. That's a good one. Normally, I think the bias that I think the Commission is perceiving is the opposite, is that a grant gets granted because, the same names.
Okay.
But when it comes to individual grants, it's easier to have a double-blind evaluation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurelio. So I have a comment. I want to see your point of view. It's more and more common that now the big proposals, especially the big ones, are structured in two phases. And the first phase is just a very reduced version of the whole project, and you need to condense in 5 pages or 10 pages, no more than that, everything you explained here. And this is, for me, the next level of writing skills, because it forces you to really measure word by word. Yep. So how do you see this new tendency, which is getting bigger and bigger?
Okay, so I can tell you that I started with 2 phases. So my first 2 grants, I think carbozymes and metafluidics were 2-phase. Radicals and Deliverable were also 2-stage. And now they went to single stage, and now we're going back to 2 stages. So I've seen everything. So the first point that I want to make is the trends come and go. I can tell you that the most difficult grant that I wrote was the first time that I had to face the 45-page limit for cluster 6. And there was no AI at the time. Suffered a lot. And then the next time that I needed to shorten something, I used AI. And I used AI on the paragraphs because I didn't want it to kill the structure of the section. So this is a message that I want to convey. I'm not giving you the whole proposal and saying shorten. So that's how you face it. So you can use AI. So Pablo, my postdoc, he's written twice with me, and both with a very stringent limit. So the first time was 3 pages for CBM, 2 pages. That's one of the best pieces that I've ever written. It was 2 pages. It was a challenge in 1 week. Yeah, and it was successful. So he's my postdoc today. And then the second one was the Marie Curie postdoc, which was 10 pages long, but you need to fit a lot more information. And I think, once again, we use generative AI to shorten paragraphs, sections, whatever. But very surgical, very almost neurosurgical.
More questions?
Hi, thank you for the crystal clear presentation. Regarding impact, you mentioned the 4 areas of impact. should you try, when you're writing a project, to have or show your impact in every single one of them, or can you focus on just one or two aspects of research, saying, okay, my research is going to improve the environment, for example?
As many as you can. So again, maybe I'm biased from EU calls, right? But in EU calls, if they ask for 5 outcomes, and they give you the outcomes because they're top-down calls, you give them 5, 6, and 7, because the proposal that is coming next to you, they may have done that. So I would say think of your impact as broadly as possible, tick as many boxes as you can without forcing things. I mean, it needs to be organic and it needs to be natural. Don't try putting a round peg in a square hole.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. And also in the same line, regarding also impact, would you say that projects that are at lower levels of, technology readiness are less appealing to the reviewers, or not necessarily? Because it's easy to see the impact of a product. It's more difficult to see the impact of basic research. So.
Yeah. But sometimes the impact of basic research is knowledge itself, is that you're opening your field, is that you're applying a certain technology for the first time to a certain question, a certain model. It saddens me when people think about basic research in that way, and I've done applied research all my life. There are ways to argue impact of basic research. And there are specific calls for the different TRL levels. So no, it's not a problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
More questions? So as Aurelio generously shared with you the contact, I think you can also take part in his classes in UAM or follow his works on the websites. Thank you very much, Aurelio. An applause. So we are approaching to the last part of the workshop. You remember in the morning when we were talking about advocates, talking to people. When I arrived to Spain, 2 people, so 1 person and 1 department, helped me a lot. Reading things, navigating myself. The person was my colleague, Maria Eugenia González, which today I invited her to tell us a little bit how to basically construct your CV. Thank you, Maria. And the other one was International Department of CSIC. I really need to thank them, and I see that Lucia here is today. Thank you very much, Lucia, for helping for the first days and first years that I arrived. So with that, I really want to basically send this message. Call people, gather information from first hand, and talk to your colleagues. This is the best way to navigate yourself in this very, very difficult path. An applause for Maria Eugenia González, going to tell us about CV preparation.
So, well, hello everybody. I am Maria Eugenia González. I come also from the Instituto de Micro y Nanotecnología from CSIC. And I am going to talk to you about narrative CVs. And just taking advantage of the fact that it is going to be narrative, I am going to be very narrative. I don't have presentation today, so I am just going to talk. I want this to be interactive. And there is a lot of the things that we could consider here that had already been somehow mentioned before by Aurelio when talking about the projects. When we discuss about our CVs in science, I mean, I think the young people that you are more close to coming from university. You have received talks about how to present your CVs for companies, and then we arrive to science, and we find ourselves that now we need to do our scientific CV. And this is a little bit like another kind of CV. And same as in the projects, Aurelio was telling us that you need to convey someone, you need to explain the ideas that you want to do the research and everything, and you need to convince someone that is going to be reading a lot of projects. Here we are talking about evaluating. Sometimes the CVs are going to serve to evaluate the projects, and they need to know also who is going to be the person who is carrying out the project, and they ask your CV for that. And sometimes, and that is going to be maybe more important for your day-to-day life, is going to be a CV in order to go for a fellowship, in order to go to apply for a post. So as you see, in both situations, they are important. And we would like to have the evaluators, it will be perfect. They are going to read 50 CVs, and it will be easier if they are like, okay, this is a category, it's 6 points. This is a category, it's 4 points. This is a category, number of papers, where they have been published, how many years I spent here, how many days spent in the lab. But that is not realistic. That is completely out of purpose. And actually, that is something that, with the time, we are completely against. Because it is true that we want to have everything classified. We are scientists. We love to classify. We love to assign numbers and to have everything in boxes, and in every box to have weight for this, for that. But CVs are our scientific trajectory. And the scientific trajectory, our research path, is singular. Each of us goes with a different background, with a different story, and when you face to an idea, to a research project, you face it in a different context. You are in a small group, or you are in a big group. You have lots of help, small help. You have lots of resources. You need to do all yourself. You have lots of people helping you. So every particular CV is a particular story, is a particular life experience. So it's very difficult to have all that fitting in boxes. And there has been for a while this boxification. We were saying, okay, we have this idea, or this publication is in this journal is super good journal, has an impact factor of this, so this paper has this value. And the author is the second author, so we are going to put these points for second author. Number of authors is 8. We are saying 2 in 8 is different than 2 in 16. So everything is going to have numbers, and with that is going to be simplified. But number of papers, of course, if you have more papers, and, well, the impact factor of the journals. You have heard about all these things. H number, who doesn't not know about the H number thing? But there has been a reaction against this. This has had a problem at the end, because you cannot put, as I was telling, a story, a life in boxes. And you cannot judge the value of the research just on this. So there was lots of reactions against how all this was affecting research and how all this was making impact at the end on the quality of the research itself, quality on the life of the researchers, and quality on the persons that at the end were able to achieve or to get projects. So in 2012, in San Francisco, in one meeting, actually it was a meeting on cell biology, they started to have that discussion and they became maybe more serious in the discussion. They say, we need to make a declaration. We need already to do something about this. This is everybody's talk, everywhere. Everybody's talking. It's no sense we need to publish or perish, as we say sometimes. There is no sense we need to publish thousands of articles in the higher impact journal, and it doesn't matter why that article is relevant, or sometimes you could publish an article in a very good journal, but maybe it was much worse than an article published in a less impact factor journal, because at the end you see that the other article had more impact, more citations, or was at the end going to a patent and to a company, and the article published in Nature was just there, maybe anecdotal, cited 7 times, and that was all. So we needed something else, and I am here just talking about articles. It's very specific too. So they make this DORA declaration, and well, you can just type in your web internet searcher DORA, and you will get the San Francisco Declaration on Research Assessment, which the acronym is DORA. And then if you read the declaration, it's very short, actually. They didn't need so many words to express what they wanted to say. They start saying that there is a pressing need in order to address the way that, in general, evaluation research is evaluated. And they say we need to promote different, more ethical practices in order to evaluate the scientific research. And they were seeing this big dependence on journal impact factor, other numbers, in order to do the evaluation, and they wanted to go for a different type of evaluation of the research. They wanted to go for the recognition of different kind of contributions to be more fair, to reduce the dependency of these metrics that at the end can be very empty, but to be more, to address better the real impact of the research on the society, to be much more fair on the assessment of this. So that was a declaration that actually was adopted by many people, many organizations, and that has led to the transformation of how now we are asked to do our CVs. That has led that now when we need to fill the CV, for example, for I don't know, Ramón y Cajal, Juan de la Cierva, lots of projects, also in the European Union, in, for example, the grants that are personnel, they also need the CV, detailed CV, they also have this kind of practices. They ask for what is called the narrative CV. And in this narrative CV, what it is intended is that you can explain your research career in a much more general way, not general, in a way that you can also put, okay, I'm going to read it because it's going to be much more fair if I do it like that. What you are going to be asked is 4 parts, 4 sections. First, in terms of the articles, it's not going to be just numbers and impact, and this is going to be how you have contributed to the generation of new knowledge, ideas, tools, and methodologies. So it's not about the number of articles you publish, it's about which is the research lines you have been working. And then what have you done there? Where is the novelty of your ideas? What is the real contribution you have done? Which methodologies you have used, learned, or developed yourself? Which ideas are the ideas you have collaborated to develop, or which ones were your own ideas you came with? And this is something you cannot put just in a paper, the title, number of authors, and the journal it has been published. This is something that in a narrative CV you can explain. And you can say why you work in this idea when you were in a place, and then, for example, you are doing your PhD, you are working mainly under the supervision of your PhD director, of course, in the projects that they have, and then you go to do a postdoc, and in that postdoc, they are working in another things. You are working, as it was said this morning, in a non-permanent position under the projects on somewhere else that hired you for doing the work. But you have your previous experience, and that previous experience and what you are doing now may bring your mind to a new idea. And that is something that then makes you have a new idea for a project that you can apply for on your own, or that maybe you can convince your boss to implement. And then this is something that, for example, you can put in a narrative CV and can give value to the contribution you had for the development of an idea. So this is the change, the kind of changes a narrative CV is bringing to the evaluation of the research and to assess the role of a researcher in the development. That will be an example I wanted to say in this first part. The second part of a research career is, as you know, we work on the ideas, but we don't work alone. We work with other people, and a very important part of the scientist's work is also to mentor other scientists, to form other scientists, to educate other scientists. So development of other individuals and research teams will be another section. And then there you can say, for example, if you have been helping students, if you are still a young researcher, you are not sometimes going to have the capability to be considered in a university as a PhD director. And then it's like you don't have this experience. But in a narrative CV, you can explain, for example, if you are in the lab and you have students that have been working with you, and then, of course, you need to have usually some data that corroborate that. And that can be, for example, I have a master student. This master student was working under my supervision, and then we came with a joint paper. And that is why I am also involved in the paper of this student. That could be a proof that these things exist. Sometimes you can also ask for certificates for your boss in case you can need in the future for these kind of things. So, but this is also the kind of things that can come in your story in a narrative CV. Which is your involvement in the wider research and the innovation community? How many collaborators, internationalization, if you've been in different laboratories, if you've been collaborating with people, contacts, these kind of things is a third part. International projects that you have, collaboration, so that is also important. As I say, you don't do science alone, but neither alone in your own group. We do a very collective science, so this is also part. And the impact beyond the scientific community for the society. That is very related with all these previous aspects. And of course, also you include your motivations, your interest, and any career gap or circumstance that can have made that your story is not just a classical PhD, postdoc, and now this position story. Because, for example, you could have a PhD and then stop going to industry to have, because you were interested, to have another experience, and then come back to do a postdoc. And that can really add a different value to your career. That could have a meaning, or that can contribute so you can have different new ideas. Everything at the end, one of my friends used to say that you can add everything, and at the end you are the result of all your past that is adding. So, and you should make always an effort to add everything in your life, in your career. Never subtract, but always add. So every experience can put something on the learning, and that can also be part of the narrative. You can always take something good that gives you the experience. So in the narrative CV, you have the space to put all this and to make all this of value for how they should be judged, your contribution to the science, and then how can you convince that you are the person to do a project or the person to be hired. Because, and all this also should come with the rules that Aurelio was explaining about how to write a project, from the point of view that also the evaluator is going to have several CVs, a lot usually, because if this is a CV, for example, for a fellowship, usually there will be more to read, not only 7 or 8, it can be 50. And then if you have a compelling narrative in order to explain that, if you write it in a way that the other person can relate with the idea, in the project is the idea. But here, you can always make the other person relate because it's a human being, like you are a human being. So what it is very important is that you need to express the emotion that you feel, or the interest, or the passion you feel for the science, and how you have been involved in the ideas that you have been generated, and how you really are interested in the science that you have been developing. And if you demonstrate that passion, usually that transmits to the other person, and you make the other person feel the passion with you, and they will be passionate to have you working with them, you know. So writing the narrative CV is a little bit more complicated than putting the list of papers. It's more useful at the end. I mean, it's a very important point, a very important aspect in order to make diversity also be addressed properly in the evaluation of the research output. It allows to have paths that are non-conventional and still to be able to develop your career with the importance and relevance that it has, but you need to be good explaining. And because our brain fills gaps if we don't put anything, because we say, this from here, whatever, put all the information. Don't be ashamed. If there has been a gap for whichever reason, you don't need to give details, but you say, and from here to here, I was out of science doing this. And that's all. If you think that is also something of value that can be credited, you see, and this has allowed me to learn these things that I'm going to apply to. So all those small tricks always help in order to write. At the end, usually when they ask for narrative CVs, it's not going to be hundreds of pages. It's going to be 2,000, 5,000 words, no more than that. For example, in the ERCs, the European projects, personnel ones, is maximum 4 pages when also they ask you to include some list of relevant papers and why you choose them and this kind of thing. So it's not huge text that you need to write. You need to be concise, the kind of effort to really be concise. So it's easy that you give this to other people to read, and so they can give you your opinion about how they feel if you are putting your story in a way that it seems relevant. So I really don't have too many things to say because every story is different, and I think it's more useful if we can discuss, you can make questions about this, and it's also late, I don't want to bore everybody.
Also, okay. Thank you very much, Maria. So that was an introduction to this narrative CV, which now you know that in the CVA platform, also in the CVN, also in all the applications we do, they need a paragraph to explain and express your line. And this is basically for the people who have never done that, referring to those sections. And as Maria mentioned, I took some notes from what you said. Being factual is very important. It is true that the CV is narrative, but not saying stories without backups. So everything with a factual addressing to even on a small abstract submitted to a regional conference could be a proof of a work. So that would be very interesting. I will start the discussion with one question, Maria, that I want to know your opinion. Imagine, as you said, for example, in my PhD, I have one research line, and I go to do a postdoc with one perspective, and I arrive, and everything is highly protected, everything under patent. I cannot publish, I cannot talk about it, and the research line is slightly shifted. When I am talking in the narrative CV about this, because that part is sort of deserted of publication, first of all, are there tricks to justify why I moved from one research line radically to another? Is that good? Is that bad? Or, and also explaining how we can justify when we don't have outcomes because of the group we are working with, because of the protection of the results. So how should we reflect those things in the CV?
Okay, thank you very much, Ava. Thank you, because yes, this is one of the examples I wanted. I mean, I was somehow saying that every career is different, and we cannot put everything in the same box. Yes, it can be perfectly justified that you change research lines, okay? So you start your career. I mean, well, I don't know how you feel even about the degree you chose in university, because sometimes you go thinking, this is going to be about this, and then when you go there, you realize it's different from your initial thoughts when you were in high school, and you like it more or less. And then it happens the same when you start your PhD. You start your PhD, and it is a training of how to be a researcher, but it is a training in a context, in an environment where you need to do in the research line that it is there. So yes, of course, you more or less select the topic and everything, but at the end, the particular ideas field at the end is also determined by the options you have around you. So once you have learned how to be a researcher, you can have passion for applying that capability, that skills in another research line. And as far as you can explain, okay, now I know how to do research, I have learned the basics, and I have also learned different techniques, methodologies, different ways of working. Now, what I want to do my research is in this line. This is something I am passionate about, and I think it's the right moment to go and apply for positions there, and I got one position there. And I was able to convince the person that I was the right person to do that other line, and I went there. So no, don't be afraid of you are going to be badly considered to change. At the end, as I was telling before, you add. And now you are going to have a more multidisciplinary, if you want, line. And then sometimes if the ideas are very crazy, for example, or the ideas are very novel, or there is bad luck, there are risks, things don't go to the final results it was expected. So then what you can always say is to be honest, but also to explain what you have gained from that period of time. And if the case is because of industrial protection, also explain this was going through that. it can be that, and then you have a clear justification, there are no papers because of this. It can also be because at the end it was not publishable results. Okay, but maybe you learn how to do a technique that only small people in the world can do it. So at that point, then you put your focus in that point, for example.
I was listening to you talking about this narrative CV, and now it's changing a bit the way of evaluating as well, no? Career path, and it's not just impact factor, and it's not just number, age index, and all of that. Do you feel that really applies to how CV are evaluated in Spain by different institutions? And I'll just give you a very practical example that it's personal, but it's just to, during my first postdoc here in Spain, I supervised a PhD for various years, and then when it came to put my number down as his director, the university, whatever that we won't name, they told me, no, you can't, because you have only this number of publications, and we need one more publication for you to be allowed to direct a thesis. And so, I don't know, do you feel that is really what's happening, or we are still stuck somewhere else?
Well, when I was saying this DORA, which is not DORA the Explorer, DORA agreement was signed, okay, it was maybe a little bit utopic, and it is true that there is the inertia and the resistance and how to go to the ideal. I mean, in order to implement all the dream of this assessment of the research with all the side edges and faces and everything, all the aspects, it will really take a lot of time to evaluate it CV, and usually things are done fast, and it is true that it's difficult to implement, because also the evaluators, when we act as evaluators, because usually, you know, scientists, we have the double role. We write a project that we want to be granted, and we evaluate other projects. So the same in the CVs. You write your CV for going to a higher position. So we need also to learn how to evaluate these things. And there is this tension in the applying the results or the agreements coming from this and the old rules. For example, now in the ANECA and in the Agencia Estatal de Investigación, in the CVA, the abbreviated CV, they ask for the version of the 5,000 works of your narrative CV. But then the universities, they ask for example, a thesis needs to be done with this number of papers, or I never had heard the case of a PhD director, but okay, this is something. So I think we are getting better and better because time passes, so we are all getting more and more experience how these things have to be done. And nothing can be done about what happened in your case, of course, but at least in your narrative CV, you can always say that you were the person or you were mentoring that person, and for a formality you couldn't be the recognized as director, but effectively you were. You can always try to explain that in your text in a way that it fits without looking something out of things, but I think we are improving.
Thank you very much. Because we are here in a young audience, I want to this comment. So it's easy to evaluate a researcher, or doesn't matter the field, of a senior person, but it's very difficult to evaluate a junior one. I mean, let's speak about music. So when we don't speak about science, nobody gets. I don't need a CV of Elton John or Queen or whatever to know that they make an impact and they are good singers. But it's very difficult in that picture that I earlier put of Taylor Swift in her beginnings to know that that singer was going to be a good one. And this is for you. This is something that you need to keep in mind. You are at the beginning of your career, and your CV as a paper, it's very similar to other ones in your field, because I see hundreds of CV a year evaluating job offers. And at the end, many times you do a phone call. And I'm telling you this because, of course, the CV must be yourself in your CV, because it's true what you were saying, that you must put what you are. Don't lie, or don't over explain your merits. But your network and the people you've worked with will help with that. And this is important because it's not uncommon that I receive some phone calls from colleagues saying, hey, I have a CV from this person that works in your institution. What do you tell me about these people or this person? And this happens. And this happens not with the senior researcher. This happens with the young ones. So if you are doing PhD, you're a young postdoc, please make sure people, your colleagues around, knows you, and they know what can you do, and they know your strong points and your plan for your future, because these people will help you because you are competing with very similar profiles.
Yeah, thank you. And this is true that in some of the forms, they ask the narrative CV, and there is also a section telling they ask for references. So it's very important. That is true.
Yeah. Thank you. Just going back to the topic of the projects, would you tailor the narrative to the project that you're applying to? Because you normally don't evaluate a CV, like a standalone CV. That CV is usually linked to a project proposal, right? And I think it would be good policy to tailor it in order to demonstrate that you're the right person for that project in this moment. What do you think of that?
Yeah, actually, yeah, very good point, Aurelio. Yes, because we, as I was saying, we can have the CV for being, for example, in a fellowship to be the person that is going to be selected for a post, but many times we have a project associated with the CV. It's because it is to get a project you have a position, or it is because the position is associated to a project, like in the case of the Marie Curie's. So in that case, the advantage of a narrative CV is that it can be tailored. And from that point of view, when you are going to write a text, you are going to write page and a half, more or less. That is more or less the space it takes. Then you really need to select what are the points you want to make strong from all the experience you could have. That at the very beginning will be more reduced when you are very junior, but it will increase. So in that case, and if this is a CV, for example, it is clear in the case on the ERCs, consolidator or starting, they want to know that you are the right person to do the idea you are proposing. So in that case, you need to convince that you are the right person. And for any project, you need to convince that you are the right person. And in that case, it's very clear it is not about the numbers of factor impact of the papers you publish or whatever. You need to convince that you have the skills that are needed to develop the ideas that you put. So the narrative CV gives you completely the possibility to do that and then think clearly which are the ideas that the good points, the strong points that could convince someone that you are the right person to do the project. And make emphasis on that in the way you explain your career. Thank you.
More questions? Okay, so if there is no questions, we applaud Maria José González. Thank you for your presentation. And thank you all for joining us and making this workshop become the workshop. Because if you were not taking part, if you were not taking these initiatives seriously, obviously it wouldn't be happen. I want to thank IMN Plan MaX funding who supported this workshop, basically provided all the funding and facilities for doing that, and also the committee of the Plan MaX who basically accepted our proposal for doing this workshop. We are going to send you feedback form. I promise it's not going to be long, maybe 1 page, 2, 4 questions. It's important for us because if you want us or the CSIC to repeat this feedback will help the other people who want to do this and to do it in the other format or making it better, improve it. You can also write your needs, what would you like to hear more about. And just that, I would like to, and if you need any of the links introduced by Alberto, or the materials introduced by Elisa, you can write the communication of IMN and we will send you the links. All of these materials are downloadable, so we printed some, but we didn't want to exhaust the printer and paper, so I know that many of you are also more comfortable with the online format. So just that, an applause for yourself, and thank you for coming, and I will say you goodbye.